Chapter 541. As long as one breathed in a wisp of the acidic dust, it would feel as if a file had been placed in one's throat, causing them to spit out large amounts of bloody, frothy sputum. Fortunately, Roadhog was no longer a wild Boorman barbarian warrior. Now, it was a flesh and blood golem. It had flesh and blood, but it didn't need to breathe. The pain of breathing was already far away from it. Rustle. Roadhog shook off the withered grass and cork on its body and stood up straight from the broken crate. Around it, many flesh and blood golems were doing the same thing. The flesh and blood golems were similar to the slightly smaller mountain giants, but their skin was sickly green or yellowish-brown, which was a thick shell formed after the skin of the corpses had been dissolved by a special ointment. Before being released, the flesh and blood golems had been implanted with the command to attack the demons. Therefore, after climbing out of the broken crate, they began to search for the demons. The flesh and blood golems that flew further away found the advancing worm demons and rushed toward them without thinking. Those that landed closer naturally pounced on the giant bull demons. Roadhog belonged to the latter group. His target was a giant bull demon. After seeing his target, he didn't evaluate the difference in strength and size between them. Instead, he revealed his habitual hideous smile. His huge feet stepped on the soft and dry ground of the acid fog canyon, producing dull footsteps. As he stepped forward, the iron ring on his neck began to emit crackling static electricity. As the first batch of golems to be released, since there were no clockwork golems to supervise them, they could only use the simplest restraining measures. Snader put an iron collar on each of the flesh and blood golems, on which was engraved an electrostatic tremor magic circle. As long as they carried out the command to attack the demons, the collar would constantly emit static electricity within the radiation range of the mice energy nucleus. Stimulated by the static electricity, all the flesh and blood golems, including Roadhog, became faster and faster. They no longer staggered, as they had when they first landed. Instead, they became more agile. Annoying undead, the giant bull demon Learben's nose twitched. He smelled the scent of corpses coming from the hill giants that were charging at him. So he mistook the flesh golems as undead. Unlike mortals, demons were not afraid of the undead at all, unless they were especially powerful and limited. Many demons had mastered the technique of berating the undead, and they would occasionally subdue some undead for their own use. However, Lurben didn't know how to cast spells. Or rather, giant bull demons generally disdained to learn spells other than spells. With their huge size and unrivaled strength, they had a better choice to deal with the undead creatures. Stomp. Lurben stomped his foot on the ground, and an irresistible force was transmitted into the ground through his hooves. With him as the center, within a radius of about 80 feet, the ground began to crack and tremble violently. Many flesh and blood golems that were charging at him lost their balance due to the sudden earthquake and fell to the ground. They tried to stand up, but no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't move. However, Roadhog didn't fall because it used its own method to maintain its balance. The moment Lurben stomped his foot, Roadhog threw out the hook on its broken arm and hooked onto the giant bull demon's navel. As if it was still angry, Roadhog took advantage of Lurben's pain and pulled back the hook on its broken arm. Then Roadhog threw itself at the giant bull demon's body. "You're courting death." Feeling the pain, Lurben became even more ferocious. He reached out his hand and pulled off the hook on his navel. He exerted strength with one arm, and the speed at which Roadhog flew towards him increased by a few notches. Then he clenched his other fist and prepared to give Roadhog a head-on punch. However, Roadhog, who was flying in the air, didn't panic in the face of danger. Under the continuous static tremor, Roadhog's agility had reached the maximum threshold that its body could withstand. It was precisely because of this that Roadhog could complete the movement of twisting its waist in the air. Not only did it dodge Lurben's heavy punch by a hair's breadth, but it also took the opportunity to step on Lurben's arm and threw itself at the giant bull demon's shocked face like an arrow released from a bow. Splat! The double-edged dagger stabbed into the bull demon's eye. A cruel and ferocious expression appeared on the Roadhog's face. It pushed the dagger deeper into the bull demon's eye, and then pulled it out with all its might. Using the dagger and the iron nail that was embedded in its arm, it pulled Lurben's eyeball out. Crack! The giant bull demon was also extremely domineering. It didn't even cry out in pain when its eyeballs were pulled out. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit down on the road tyrant's fat body, trying to tear it apart. Although the flesh and blood golem had a layer of tough skin, it wasn't a high-quality product after all. It wasn't as indestructible as the adamantine golems and mithril golems. Under the giant bull demon's all-out attack, a small portion of the Roadhog's body was torn off with a single bite. However, something that the giant bull demon would never forget happened. This flesh golem that looked like an undead actually had the liquefied gas of the stinky cloud spell sealed in its body. The stench that went straight to the top of Lurben's head made him feel as if he had sucked the blood of a Hezru. He immediately vomited. This also gave the other flesh and blood golems, not the Roadhog, because it had indeed lost most of its flesh and blood. It was so badly injured that it could not stand up again. The earthquake caused by Lurben had disappeared. They all rushed over and began to attack the giant bull demon, who was vomiting on the ground. Looking at the other flesh golems carrying out their atrocities, Roadhog's face once again showed a rather personal expression. It was a little envious of the other flesh golems. Therefore, this eccentric and crazy guy actually used the hook to wedge himself into the ground and slowly dragged himself to Lurben. "I can beat you down by myself." Roadhog yelled crazily as it used its hook to hit the iron collar on its neck. "Then I'll send you on your way." An octopus-like tentacle stretched out from the outside of the collar, then quickly pierced into its neck and connected to the wires buried inside. Bang! Chapter 542. An explosion suddenly occurred. Electric sparks traveled along the connected wires and detonated the brick explosives on the body of the Roadhog. The entire flesh and blood demon golem was burned to ashes in the loud explosion. The giant bull devil Learbender naturally suffered another fierce blow. Of course, this level of explosion still couldn't kill the strong giant bull demon. The impact of the explosion also squeezed his chest and abdomen, which accelerated his vomiting of the liquefied stinky cloud spell. He was finally able to use his spell-like ability. Many creatures in the lower world had the ability to regenerate, but it was very rare to see a creature like the giant bull demon who could use high-speed regeneration as a spell-like ability. However, from this point, it could be seen how extraordinary their high-speed regeneration ability was. Calming himself down, Lurben activated high-speed regeneration, and the wounds inside and outside of his body began to heal quickly. According to his own estimation, it would take him at most 60 breaths to heal all the wounds on his body without leaving any hidden dangers. "You damn minced meat," Before he could finish his trash talk, something terrifying happened. The iron collars on the necks of the flesh and blood demon golems that were besieging him suddenly flashed with bright electric sparks. After a series of crackling sounds, they all followed in the footsteps of the Roadhog. No, the blazing flames engulfed the giant bull demon, and the shockwave tore his body apart. The demon that was as tall as a 10-story building instantly withered. Even if he had the ability of high-speed regeneration, he still couldn't save his shattered body, let alone save his own life. Including that Roadhog, a total of 6 flesh demon golems started the self-destruct program, and they worked together to kill a giant bull demon. Sitting in the audience room, Quest looked at the crystal screen on the desk, which displayed the real-time synchronized data projected by Snade. If you want to create and tame a giant bull demon, after converting the resources required, you can create 3,000 flesh demon golems. So, the loss ratio between us and the demon army is about 1:500. 1:500. This loss ratio was already very low. If the cost of creating the giant bull demon was included, the loss ratio would be even lower. However, after seeing the result, Keyes and Snade were not blindly optimistic, at least not for now. This was because they knew very well that the Abyss never lacked demons. In a blood war, if the demons wanted to gain a partial advantage, they had to ensure that their losses were less than 100. However, this was a requirement for the high morale and strict discipline of the Batsu elite army. Moreover, it was based on the perfect logistical support provided by the 9 prisons of Bader. With the motley crew that Keyes had gathered, as well as the limited war resources, if he wanted to win this war in a short period of time, the casualty ratio would be at least 1:300. At the same time, there was another factor that needed to be considered. Although the magic golems were fearless, the Batsu and mortal mercenaries might not be able to do the same. Therefore, on the local battlefield, there was a lot of exaggeration in this impressive number of 1:500. If they could not increase their killing efficiency and compete with the demons, Keyes' army might not be able to hold on, and it would be difficult to secure the final victory. Prepare to release the second batch of magic golems. At least 1 clockwork magic golem will be needed as a commander. Increase the power of the steam ejection device. We must send those magic golems to the demon army. At the same time, let the Megalosaurus army prepare to attack. The giant bull demons will be left to them. After quickly cleaning them up, let the dragons quickly retreat to Traction City. After thinking for a while, Keyes immediately issued a new order. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. He could only rely on his intuition and experience to quickly make judgments and then continue to make mistakes. From Keyes' point of view, Buffett sent the giant bull demons as the vanguard. He obviously wanted to make use of the individual advantage of these giant demons and let them be the arrowhead of the demon army's infiltration tactics. Therefore, Keyes chose to use the flexible defense tactic, using the dragons that had both mobility and individual strength to clean up this group of giant bull demons. In addition, if the demon army wanted to use the infiltration tactics in addition to the necessary arrowhead, they would definitely have to deploy a large number of troops on the flanks as support. According to the experience of the demons for millions of years, even if demons were chaotic and disorderly creatures, as long as there was a demon lord overseeing them, they would still have some wisdom most of the time. They would not use the extremely stupid tactic of adding fuel to the fire just because they had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, after arranging for the dragons to carry out the flexible defense, Keyes immediately issued another order. Notify the artillery positions on Traction City and have all the cannoneers immediately load ammunition. Ensure that the 3,200 Hellscream cannons can suppress the barrage at least twice. The estimated impact point is set to be the first area, and the ammunition will be special cannonballs filled with silver powder. With the implementation of the order, the entire Traction City became busy. A large number of laborers were driven to the front lines by the Bone Demon supervisors. With the help of the engineering constructs, they quickly transferred the Hellscream cannonballs from the ammunition depot to the artillery positions on the city wall. At the same time, Shea, who was in the core engine area, also personally operated the steam ejection device. After raising the pressure by 2 standard units, he released the second batch of golems. One of the crates was particularly large because it contained a clockwork magic golem, as well as some matching combat modules. The crate fell to the ground, and after a dull thud, it turned into fragments. This clockwork golem was vaguely recognizable as a human. It suddenly came to life, emitting an ear-piercing spinning sound, and the clicking sound caused by hundreds of gears turning. It had thick lower limbs, and its feet were equipped with metal claws to ensure that it could grab the ground. At the end of its two arms were two huge fists, and there were also gauntlets on them that were obviously not just for decorative purposes, making them appear even heavier. On the surface of its body, there were many gaps, and looking from the outside, one could see a large number of rotating saw teeth and spokes. If caught by the clockwork golem, these saw teeth and spokes would immediately extend and forcibly twist the opponent into paste. When this huge monster appeared, a small commotion broke out in the demon army. Many worm demons who thought they were strong began to charge at it, wanting to use violent means to forcibly dismantle this annoying construct. Facing the impulsive demons, the clockwork golem that was implanted with a combat program immediately switched to a form suitable for combat. Two huge fists reached down and grabbed the barrels of two Hellscream cannons, one on the left and one on the right, easily holding them in their hands. Authorized to fire. Chapter 543. With the mice energy core, the greatest benefit was that it was much easier to enchant objects, as long as the spell was not too advanced within the radiation range of the mice energy core. It would still be effective even if the formation was drawn on something that was not suitable for enchantment. Now, there were three small formations on the inner walls of the two barrels of Hellscream in the hands of the clockwork golem. Two of them were temporary magic pockets, and the other one was an electric trap that had been weakened by a lot. The two magic pockets, one at the front and one at the back, would open every 5 breaths. They were responsible for filling the cannon powder and the warhead, respectively. Then, the cannon powder would be ignited by electric sparks and complete the firing action. Bang! Bang! After 2 consecutive gunshots, a large amount of iron sand flew out of the 2 barrels. These iron sand had been specially processed and plated with a layer of silver on the outside. It was quite lethal to the demons of the lower realm, and the demons that usually did not have any armor hated it even more. The barrage of bullets stuck to the worm demons that were charging over. Those with slightly weaker physiques were directly turned into sieves and fell to the ground. Those with better physiques were not directly put down, but they also let out miserable howls and stopped their charging steps one after another. Of course, there were also those who were more stubborn, such as a simple-looking Hezru. Strictly speaking, Hezru that were parasitized by the acid mist worms were not real Hezru. They were actually worm demons now. According to the imagination of the worm tyrant, the acid mist worms it created had a parasitic possession ability. They could corrode the host's body and eventually forcibly occupy it. In this process, the host's various attributes would be weakened to varying degrees, and even part of their innate spell-like abilities would be lost. However, when the acid mist worms succeeded in possession, the host would completely become a worm demon. Other than losing their spell-like abilities, their other attributes would slowly recover as the worm demons devoured each other. Moreover, since other worm demons also inherited part of their host's spell-like abilities after devouring a large number of worm demons of other species, there was a high probability that the worm demons would also inherit part of their host's spell-like abilities. Therefore, if one wanted to deal with the demon worm, knowing only certain demonic knowledge was not enough. Although they looked like some kind of demons, they could release another kind of spell that only demons could master at any time. The Hezru that was shot by the clockwork golem at close range had lost its ability to fight back because it had the giant bull demon's super regeneration ability. In fact, although the silver-plated iron sand was very painful when it hit the body, the wounds quickly healed. Seeing that the Hezru was still charging at it, the clockwork golem immediately changed the target of its firepower. It gathered the 2 barrels of Hellscream in one place and focused fire on the big toad. The demon seemed to have become smarter. It used its hands to protect its head, bent its body, and aimed its armored back, which was covered in wet scales, at the muzzle of the clockwork golem. Then it charged forward ferociously without caring about anything else. On his ugly face that was covered by his palms, his insect-like eyes revealed an excited glint. He panted heavily with his mouth full of sharp teeth and stuck out his tongue from time to time. Teleportation. After suffering a few more attacks, the Hezru suddenly launched a spell-like ability as if it had already calculated in its heart. It had just been confusing the clockwork golem, trying to make it ignore its teleportation ability. Then it would be able to go behind it and launch a terrifying and fatal surprise attack. Its thick arms were now strangling the clockwork golem's neck. The Hezru's arms swelled up, and its muscles suddenly exerted strength, intending to execute a removal decapitation on the golem's head. However, something unexpected happened. Although the clockwork golem had made some mistakes in its judgment just now, the move that was close to the attack was actually written in its combat program. Sawtooth mode. The clockwork golem opened its palms and let the 2 Hellscream fall to the ground. Its body began to transform. First, it bent its elbow joints backward and grabbed the Hezru with its 2 arms in reverse. Then it suddenly squatted down, and its armor suddenly shrank inwards. The saw teeth in its body popped out one after another and spun crazily. Before the Hezru could escape, thousands of sawteeth tore its body apart, dissecting this fully evolved worm demon into pieces of minced meat that were only the size of a fist. Grease. After completing the dismemberment, the clockwork golem automatically activated the magic array engraved in its core in order to prevent the minced meat and bone fragments from affecting the operation of the machine. A large amount of magic grease surged out from the core of the clockwork golem, completely soaking its body. With a creaking sound and the lubrication of the grease, the clockwork golem returned to its original state at an even faster speed. It activated another magic array in its body, and flames came out layer by layer from the inside out, igniting the excess grease on its body. Standing in place, its body burning with raging flames, the clockwork golem at this time was like a god that was ready to take revenge on the demons. In fact, it was indeed doing so. It squatted down and picked up another set of weapon modules, which was a cylinder made of several staves tied together. Then it turned its head 360 degrees to get a clear picture of the situation on the battlefield. Static tremor. In an instant, a large amount of bright electric sparks shot out from the tip of the staves in its hand. However, this was not to attack the demons, but to spur those flesh and blood golems. This was because in the presence of the clockwork golem, the task of commanding the flesh and blood golems would be completed by the former. Therefore, unlike the first batch, although the second batch of flesh and blood golems also had iron collars around their necks, these collars only had the function of guiding them to self-destruct at the end, and would not continuously shock them and recharge them. At this time, the second batch of more than 500 flesh and blood golems were like reefs in the waves. They gradually gathered in one place, jointly resisting the worm demons that were constantly attacking them. Spurred by the clockwork golem, their speed instantly increased by a lot. Many flesh and blood golems that were already covered in wounds quickly scabbed over and healed after being electrocuted. Some of the flesh and blood golems that were focused on by the clockwork golems could no longer control themselves and began to launch counterattacks against the demon army. They rushed to the place where the worm demons were gathered, using their shoulders, teeth, fists, and swords tied to their hands to fiercely swing around, crazily spreading boundless anger that made the demons' scalps numb. If they encountered demons that they could not defeat and the flesh and blood golems were seriously damaged, they would launch a suicidal charge. after charging in front of the demons, they would explode into a fireball with a boom. Chapter 544. The flesh and blood golems encountered layers upon layers of obstruction from the demon army and had to stop their offensive, falling into a stalemate with the enemy. They could not continue to advance the front line, and the demons could not approach the new boom town. Due to the continuous absorption of the mice energy nuclei, the energy index in the surrounding environment gradually decreased, so similar to the situation on the battlefield, the originally extremely fierce wind gradually began to subside. In the confrontation on the battlefield, as the commander, Buffett did not take the lead, but chose to watch the battle from the flank. When he saw the torch-like clockwork golem and the flesh and blood golems led by it resist the demon worm army, with only a few hundred people, the demon lord's originally dark face became darker. Those worms are a bunch of trash. In his plan, there were 20 megalosaurus demons as the vanguard. Although these demon worms were not very useful, they were not a problem as a support force for surprise attacks and infiltration. As long as the megalosaurus demons tore a hole in the enemy's front line, they could swarm in and completely tear the enemy's front line through those holes. But who would have thought that before they could get close to Traction City, the demon worm army would be blocked in place and could not move forward at all? Moreover, those demon worms seemed to only use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. They did not have any experience in fighting on the battlefield and seemed very amateurish. I can't let the boys fight with their lives anymore. The trash can't keep up. Even if they rush over, they will only be giving the enemy a victory. After all, it was a creation that he was more satisfied with. Buffett actually favored the megalosaurus demons very much. Moreover, these more than 20 megalosaurus demons were a trump card in his hand for this trip to the Acid Fog Canyon. There was no need for them to be wasted here. Just now, the Tauren King saw that a megalosaurus demon named Lurban had died in battle. He was besieged and then killed by the opponent's suicide attack. However, Buffett had a special prediction, and Keyes had already predicted his prediction. As soon as the order to retreat was given, the megalosaurus demons had just turned their heads, and the elastic defense of Traction City had already arrived. More than 50 megalosaurus, whose average age was at least that of an old dragon, passed through the clouds above Traction City and suddenly launched a swift and cruel attack on the colossal bull demons that were preparing to retreat. Due to the suppression of strength and numbers, apart from an elderly black dragon whose belly was cut by the horns of the megalosaurus, the rest of the megalosaurus were basically unharmed. They only needed to launch a single attack to wipe out 20 megalosaurus. Order: death. Increased spell range: rotten sack explosion. Although he didn't have the feeling of seeing his son die before him, losing a trump card still made Buffett's heart ache. The infuriated demon lord was filled with killing intent, and he did not hesitate to kill the injured black dragon. As expected, the old black dragon, who was already heavily injured, didn't even have the time to spread his wings before he lost the chance to fly. After his death, the dragon's corpse instantly rotted and then burst into a violent explosion. The other megalosaurus fled back to the clouds. You bunch of... Don't surround that bunch of trash. A pink acid mist worm appeared in the hand of the furious Tauren King. He ordered in exasperation, rely on the advantage of the legion's numbers and advance towards that fortress immediately. After that, he was too lazy to explain anything and threw the pink acid mist worm to the ground. The strangely colored worm disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and after a few breaths, it appeared in the hands of a cataclysm worm group perfectly repeating the order. The Tauren King's abuse made the cataclysm worm group angry, but because of the tyrant worm's previous instructions, they had to follow Buffett's instructions to dispatch the army. Thanks to the intervention of the cataclysm worm group, the chaotic demon worms quickly adjusted their target. They no longer only cared about destroying the two groups of golems that had been released from Traction City. Instead, they divided a small number of troops to surround them, while the rest continued to charge in the direction of Traction City. And all of this had already been seen through by Keys. He just tapped twice on the crystal screen on the desk and gave the artillery positions on the city wall the right to fire freely according to the original plan. In an instant, more than 3,200 Hellroars opened fire at the same time, letting out a deafening roar. They were divided into 3 rows. There were 1,200 on the wide wall at the top of the fortress, and there were 2 floors below, each with 1,000 cannons. Due to the need to consider the shooting angle of the lower 2 floors, in order to achieve a longer range, they used silver-plated projectiles that weighed about 12 pounds each. Each projectile had a wire inside it that could explode at a distance of about 1,500 yards. Because the shooting angle of the upper floor could be adjusted to about 45 degrees, and it also had the advantage of height, the range of the Hellroars was much higher than that of the lower 2 floors with the same amount of cannons. Therefore, the first shell fired by the Hellroars on this floor was the chain shell of the scattershot shells. The 2 weights of this shell were connected by a silver-plated iron chain between the 2 connecting rods. After being fired, it could rotate and cause terrible cutting damage to the enemy. The first salvo, more than 3,200 shells, poured down on the demon army at once. The demon worms that were hit by the cannons were directly beaten to a pulp. As they ran, they would find that their companions in front of them disappeared into thin air. Then, the same doubts would appear in the hearts of their companions behind them. Don't be stingy with your spell-like abilities. Hurry up and use teleportation to quickly pass through this damned area. The Cataclysm Worm group in charge of commanding the demon worms shouted from behind the demon army. However, their prediction was also predicted by the cannoneers of New Boom Town. Lower the shooting angle by 1 unit. Because they were immune to fire damage, the Batsu cannoneers directly operated and quickly lowered the shooting angle of the Hellroars before clearing the barrels and continuing to reload. The demon worms with teleportation had just crossed a large distance and assumed that they had already dodged the cannons. They were looking forward to rushing into New Boom Town and enjoying the slaughter while ridiculing the weak ones who didn't have the ability to teleport. However, the super rumble that had fused 3,200 rumbles sounded once again. The shells that flew out of the Hellroars once again fell on the demon worms' heads. This time, it was the guys who had teleported some distance ahead that were covered. Their ridicule now became even more sarcastic. Chapter 545. To break the stalemate on the battlefield. Using cannons had always been a good method, and from the beginning of its invention, it was not only a defensive weapon, but it could also be used for offense. Start the engine, move forward at second-level speed, maintain stability. Keys continued to pay attention to the situation on the battlefield, and once again decisively issued an order. Attack together with the combat troops. Rely on Traction City. Kill all the demon scum that tries to rush over. If Traction City was compared to a tank, then it was much larger than the rat tank that Keys knew in his previous life. And because of the large number of cannons, this tank was also a veritable multi-turret type, coupled with its speed that was faster than a galloping horse. Only the Batsu warriors were competent enough to coordinate with it. The so-called cooperative forces referred to the Bateau Expeditionary Army that had been recruited by Quess. There was only one requirement for them. Always leave the front and the assault to Bateau City. As for the flanks, rear, underground, and even the sky, they must all watch over everything. The mission seemed a bit unreasonable, but the demons felt that the young blue dragon's arrangement was quite humane. In fact, throughout the history of the Blood War, The number of times that the commander of the Batsu Expeditionary Army was directly in charge of the front battle could be counted on one hand. Most of the time, the Batsu Expeditionary Army would let the small soldiers charge at the front and use them as cannon fodder. Even if they achieved a complete victory in the end, they would rarely be remembered for their achievements. One could imagine how excited the group of veterans in the lower world would be when they heard that they no longer needed to be cannon fodder. For the glory of Sir Keys, stragglers demote, adventurers demote. According to the division of the guard area, let the demons enter Traction City. The captain of the squad demote. All squad members will be beheaded. As the combat troops set out, thanks to the nature of the Batsu People's Order, the strict and clear military orders were quickly imprinted in the demons' minds. They did not have the courage to disagree, because mutiny would directly be demoted to inferior demons. For the demons, demotion was the most terrible punishment, and there had never been one like it. Even death could not compare to it. So in addition to being emotional, they also remained in awe and were ready to teach the demons a lesson. Slaughter the dregs of those insects. The tracks of the Traction City rotated forward, making muffled rumbling sounds. The hot steam discharged from the core engine covered the area with a layer of mist. The fighting spirit of Batsu's soldiers soared. Their battle roars resounded through the sky and even shattered the accumulated clouds. In contrast, the situation of the Devil Army was not so optimistic. The barrage of Hellscream had forcefully stopped the Fiend Worm's charge. Nearly 10,000 fiends had turned into cannon fodder in the blink of an eye, even if the demon army was massive. And even if they were limited by the terrain, there were still millions of demons and worms participating in the battle. At the same time, the cataclysmic worms were supervising the battle from the rear. But how many more rounds of bombardment could they withstand? 30 rounds, 40 rounds, or 50 rounds? After all, the Calamity Swarm was not the Tyrant Worm. If half of the Devil Legion died, they would most likely collapse on their own. At that time, he could only let Buffett take action personally, relying on his formidable strength as a demon lord to strive to turn the tide. But would he? The Acid Fog Canyon Plain was the Tyrant Worm's territory. The Tauren King had come here only for revenge. He would not consider the interests of the Fiend Worm at all. Therefore, the Calamity Swarm did not actually trust the Demon Lord. Due to the Tyrant Worm's instructions, they had to listen to his orders for the time being. Retreat. At the rear, retreat 10 miles and focus on building the Nest Fortress and Crypt defense line. Unable to withstand the pressure, the Cataclysm Swarm finally abandoned Buffett's order and issued a new order to the Demon Worms. At the front, perform the devouring ritual and create temporary acid mist giant worms to resist the attack of the fortress. According to their thinking, the Devil Legion, which had fallen into a stalemate due to the bombardment and the obstruction of the Golem army, had now become a part of the force that had to be abandoned. Instead of being wasted in vain, it was better to let them carry out the devouring ritual and fuse into the acid fogworms that had little intelligence but were powerful. They would become higher-level cannon fodder. The Fiend Worm in the rear could take this opportunity to retreat to a safer place and build a fortress defense system. When the Traction City, which had consumed part of its power, arrived, they could defend and counterattack. It was just that they had miscalculated two conditions. First, with Keyes' current resources, if he allowed the artillery position to suppress the Fiend Worm, let alone 50 rounds, even 10 rounds would be insufficient for the Traction City's reserves of ammunition. Therefore, he ordered the Traction City to launch an assault and crush the Fiend Worm instead of continuing the artillery suppression. Therefore, Keyes could not let the Devil Legion retreat. Second, the Fiend Worm was chaotic by nature. Even if the Calamity Swarm could control most of the Fiend Worm, it was still very difficult to organize this kind of tail-cutting and defensive counterattack strategy. The retreating fiend worm and the fiend worm in the front where the ritual needed to be held were now intertwined. It would take a lot of time to separate them. Therefore, when Buffett observed the fiend worm's movements, the Tauren king stomped his feet and cursed again. Useless fools! These worms are even stupider than ghouls. They even took the initiative to give up their advantage in numbers if it were not for the fact that it was not a good time for internal strife. He really wanted to wipe out the Calamity Swarm. Even if it was not beneficial to the outcome of the battle, it could at least appease some of the anger in his heart. Listen to my orders. Buffett pressed his temples that were constantly swelling due to congestion. He suppressed his emotions and ordered the half-demon Tauren standing behind him. When the moving fortress is crowded with the fiend worm, immediately rise into the air and use teleportation spells to break into its artillery position and eliminate the firing points. The leader of the group of half-demon Taurens listened to his master's orders and immediately conveyed it to every warrior. In addition, Buffett also picked up his machete and was ready to find the right time to personally join the battle. After waiting for a moment, the group of fiend worm that was ordered to perform the devouring ritual swallowed and merged with each other. The first acid mist worm appeared on the battlefield. The giant worm was like an acid mist worm that had been magnified thousands of times. Every muscle on its body was made up of a demon worm, and thousands of twisted and struggling evil faces could be seen on its body, ready to spread pain at any time. Chapter 546. Traction Citadel tore a deep hole in the Devil Legion's front line, allowing Bats's warriors to attack from both sides. Those high-ranked worms would occasionally launch a counterattack, but the devils dealt with them with ease. That was until the sudden appearance of the giant worms of the acid mist. These enormous worms laid across the path of the new boom town, like a continuous mountain range that was very difficult to cross. The Batsu Legion stationed on Traction Citadel naturally would not allow them to launch an attack on the fortress. The 3,200 Hellscream were all aimed at the newly appeared worms of the acid mist, constantly baptizing their bodies with cannon fire, shattering them into pieces. However, these enormous worms were like earthworms. No matter how many pieces they were cut into, each piece would always grow into a smaller derivative. Not only that, these worms were fearless. Even if they were ravaged by cannon fire, they would still continue to attack Traction Citadel. This greatly increased the pressure on the Legion of Devils, and Bats's warriors began to suffer large losses. Purgatory Creation, faced with an acid mist worm derivative that was charging towards him, the captain of the Barbed Devils swung his blade, stabbing it at the ring-shaped sawtooth head of the enemy. At the same time, he also used his innate ability to add the Purgatory Creation ability to his weapon. The blade pierced through the nerve center, and a large amount of body fluid began to spurt out from the triangular wound. This derivative tried to use its strong muscles to seal the wound, but it was useless. As the body fluid flowed out, it could only wither and fall to the ground. Ignite Flame. The captain of the Barbed Devils took out a badge. This was a magical creation that Keyes had provided to all the captains of the Legion of Devils after mastering the Mice Energy Core. He activated the Etch spell, summoning a large amount of flames, and burned this derivative to ashes. This action seemed clean and nimble, but in fact, this was the result of his experience after paying the price of the lives of several of his subordinates. Many low-ranked devils would not be able to deal enough damage in one go against the giant acid worm spawn, so they would be able to resist with their powerful regenerative abilities. They would then be bitten by the worm's sharp teeth and die tragically from the poison. What was even more deadly was that some of the larger derivatives still had the complete body of a demon worm on them. Therefore, they were able to use certain magical abilities that were impossible to guard against. Spells like teleportation, weakening spells, vaporization, and so on, if used properly, could really catch the Legion of Devils off guard. We can't let those guys fuse into monsters anymore. Staring at the real-time battle situation on the crystal screen, Keyes made up his mind. He raised his hand and tapped twice in the air, issuing the latest order. Release all the Golem legions. The target is the fusion location of the monsters. Then, the young blue dragon in human form stood up, took the dragon head warhammer in his hand, and strode out of the door. Shay, who received the order, immediately busied himself to the point that his feet barely touched the ground. In this great battle, this remnant of the Wonder Craftsman played a huge role. If he had not personally operated it, the core engine of Traction City would not have been able to operate at such a high load. Together with the information sent by the spellcasters, Shay used the dynamic coordinate system he had established to accurately anchor the location of each devouring ritual. Then, he accurately calculated the required angle, steam pressure, and other values for the golems to be released. Under his precise control, the golems sealed in the slatted boxes all hit the target locations without exception, delivering an unexpected gift to the demon worms. To ensure that nothing went wrong, in this batch of golem legions, in addition to the clockwork golems that were used to command the battlefield, each target location was equipped with several iron golems that were used to attack and defend. When these iron-cast robots stood, they were 4 times the height of ordinary people. When they moved, they had an unstoppable momentum. Just by walking, they would cause the earth to tremble. Each iron golem was wrapped in thick cast-iron armor, holding a greatsword and a shield in its 2 hands. Since the outer shell had been engraved with magic arrays in advance, these strong golems were always surrounded by raging flames. If they were surrounded, these iron golems would also use spitting attacks in addition to physical means. Their bodies were filled with high-pressure liquefied death cloud gas. Once the valve on the surface of their bodies was opened, the gas would escape into the surrounding air. With these war weapons that were good at attacking and defending, and with the command of the clockwork golems, as well as the cooperation of the flesh golems that were not afraid of death and dared to launch suicidal attacks at any time, the failure rate of the demon worms devouring each other and fusing into the acid mist giant worm ritual rapidly increased, greatly reducing the pressure on Traction City. Many demon worms chose to retreat. Originally, under the arrangement of the cataclysmic swarm, they retreated first to establish a defensive position at the rear, but they were attacked from behind. Get out of the way, don't block my way. Walk. I'm afraid you're not running away. A Glabrizu and a Vrock quarreled. The Glabrizu flew into a rage out of humiliation, and used its large colisary to send the Vrock flying. Naturally, the Vrock was not to be outdone. The nails on its claws suddenly snapped and flew towards the Glabrizu. At the same time, each nail grew to more than a foot long and pierced the Vrock's body like sharp nails. The Vrock rubbed its fingers, and new nails grew from its fingertips, while the Glabrizu's wounds quickly rotted and festered. The Glabrizu cried out in pain, its eyes burning with flames, and it angrily chanted an incantation. The Vrock that was still proud of itself melted and peeled off like a candle, and its filthy feathers scattered all over the ground. Whoosh! The Glabrizu that was laughing suddenly had an arrow embedded in its majestic back muscles. Its wild laughter came to an abrupt end, and it fell to the ground. Don't waste the demon-hunting spider's venom. A certain person wrapped in an illusion cloak scolded his companions in a low voice. They all wore the same clothes, and in the eyes of the demon worms, they looked like their own kind. The Glabrizu has a permanent spell of truth, the person who obviously played with the bow explained, and did not say anything else. However, this explanation was obviously effective. and the person who seemed to be the leader did not continue to scold them. He just gestured for the rest of the team to quickly follow and blend into the retreating demon worms, sneaking towards the enemy's rear. Chapter 547. There was a saying in the art of war, win by surprise. Keyes was not satisfied with defeating the demon worms in a head-on battle. He wanted to seek a greater victory. Therefore, several secret teams were activated. After careful disguises, they immediately blended into the demon army. The retreating demons provided cover for them, and the constantly advancing Traction City ensured that they were always within the radiation range of the mice' energy nucleus. The magic creations on their bodies could also continue to work, covering their tracks. From the looks of it, those who carried out this mission were all members of the Mortal Mercenary Team. They were all carefully selected stealth and assassination experts. At the same time, they had also undergone the training of drows, led by Snader. These people were of different races and professions. Needless to say, assassins, rogues, warriors, and so on. Many of these people were of these professions. But some teams were also equipped with mages, hidden archers, druids, or rangers. But they generally had one thing in common, which was that they were particularly good at hiding, disguising, and killing. When Traction City had just released the Golem army, it had fired many empty cannons, but those were not real empty cannons. Every time, an invisible crate with a temporary invisibility magic circle would pop out. These people were in it. Due to Shay's powerful computing ability, these teams were not released in disorder. Instead, they were grouped according to the training and landed safely at the rear of the demon army. And most of the teams moved silently without a hitch. Only a few teams were unlucky enough to encounter demon worms that might discover their whereabouts. They had no choice but to act first. It had to be admitted that their training during this period was extremely arduous. However, every drop of sweat would not let down the person who gave it all away. These members of the stealth team had now become masters of hunting demons, and the methods they used were brilliant, coupled with a set of suitable equipment. The venom of the demon-hunting spider, the matte silver powder, the weapon smeared with the essence of Chongshan, and the potion in the syringe. Even the more powerful worm demons would not be a match for him. However, ordinary demon worms were only an appetizer. Their real mission was to sneak behind the enemy and eliminate the calamity bugs that commanded the demon worms. This was the surprise victory that Keyes wanted. He wanted to paralyze the command of the demon army through the decapitation tactic, and then carry out a large-scale siege on the demon worms gathered here. Up until now, the operation of these few stealth teams could be considered to be rather smooth. Even if some teams had some twists and turns, they quickly cleaned up the mess. The defensive counterattack position chosen by the Calamity Bugs was originally located 10 miles away from the main battlefield, but due to the chaotic situation, this position was pushed back by more than 10 miles. Although the distance between them had been lengthened, the stealth teams had also undergone physical training. They cooperated with the retreating worms and chased after them when they retreated quickly. When they slowed down, they relaxed their pace. In the end, with a speed that was relatively fast but didn't affect their stamina too much, they successfully sneaked to the defensive counterattack position chosen by the cataclysmic bugs. The main characters had already appeared. In order to urge the demon worms to build the nest fortress and dig the crypt defense line, the calamity bugs could be said to be worried. These guys, who were originally schizophrenic, had now completely split into many parts. They split into many groups and acted as their own representatives to command the demon worms to build the camp. In order to ensure the progress of the work, they had no choice but to split up many times. As a result, the strength of each disaster bug group that was split off was much weaker than before. Of course, the division of the calamity bugs could be reversed. As long as the construction of the camp was completed, they could reunite and restore their original strength. But the premise was that there could be no accidents. But this was a bit difficult because accidents had already come to the door, and this accident that came to the door was very difficult to deal with. Whoosh! The arrow shot into a group of calamity worms at a tricky angle. Disgusting slime burst out of the high-grade demon worm's body, but the demon worm turned a deaf ear to it. Instead, it turned the ugly face made of worms in the direction of the arrow. Interesting. Someone will attack us. Idiot, this is a sneak attack. But it's useless. We are a group of insects. As if talking to themselves, the group of calamity bugs said a lot of words, and more than one sentence was accompanied by other voices. However, none of them mentioned the injuries on his body, even though the tip of the arrow was coated with the venom of a demon-hunting spider. It's useless. The stealthy archer used ventriloquism to convey his meaning to his companions. This demon worm seems to be able to separate every part of its body. That poisoned arrow only killed one of the worms in its body. Then chop it up completely, the leader of the stealthy team said fiercely. Big guy, charge and use wind slash. Small guy, coordinate with him in the middle and find the right time to paste his face with matte silver powder. Big guy was the nickname of the warriors in the team, and small guy was a rogue. After finishing this arrangement, he also sent a message to a fallen druid who was also a spellcaster. I'll weaken the swarm of worms. You find a way to connect the worms in his body as much as possible. The reason why he was confident in defeating the group of calamity bugs was that he specialized in spells and had some experience in using curses and summoning spells. At the same time, he also had some cards up his sleeve. Even if the casting failed, he could still turn the tide in the end. That fallen druid, on the other hand, had a special liking for the plants in the abyss. During the team training, he displayed excellent field control skills. In the end, the two reached a consensus. Taking advantage of the distraction of the warriors and rogues, they began to aim at the group of calamity bugs and cast their spells. The remaining stealthy archer in the team, although he wasn't assigned a task, also began to freely attack the group of calamity bugs. With his exquisite archery skills, he didn't miss his target every time. He also avoided the warriors and rogues and accurately pierced the body of the group of calamity bugs with the small bottle of Chongshan's essence. You are wasting your strength. Ha ha! We are a group of insects. We have the advantage in numbers. My subordinates are on their way. You are dead. All kinds of trash talk came out of the mouths of the group of calamity bugs. Some were taunts, some were threats, and they didn't stop for even a moment. It wasn't until a black ray of light shot out of the stealthy team's leader's finger and entered the group of calamity bugs that he closed his mouth and checked his body. The curse obviously had some effect. Where is your nonsense? Why did you stop? The fallen druid said. He even took off his hood, revealing his true appearance. You lowly and hateful insects. He knew how to anger the group of calamity bugs and make it easier for him to cast druid spells. From now on, you can only give birth to life. Don't even think about spreading death. Acid mist worms twisted around the group of calamity bugs. The smile on his face was full of malice, and his whole body was emitting dark and filthy power. However, the fallen druid took the initiative to attack. The wooden arrow shafts on the group of calamity bugs gave him an idea. Following the completion of his incantation, the painted arrow shafts suddenly recovered and grew roots. Regardless of what the group of calamity bugs originally planned, he was forced to stop and try to pull the broken arrow out of his body again. But the druid's spell didn't just let the arrow be firmly embedded in his flesh. Instead, it made it take root and germinate, growing deeper and deeper into the wound and absorbing the demon's vitality. The group of calamity bugs' body swelled up as if it was filled with air. He shouted in anger, but not in pain, and chanted an incantation, summoning a burning flame in his palm. He then approached the growing wood, trying to use the fire to peel it off his body. But the result was even more miserable because the roots didn't seem to be carbonized after being burned by the fire. Instead, they became even crazier and kept twisting towards the group of calamity bugs. The slender but tough vines had already wrapped around each of the acid mist worms in his body and pierced them one by one. "Damn it, it's Viper Vine!" The former high-grade worm demon watched as tiny vines and tender green leaves grew on the surface of his body. They intertwined with each other and became thick branches, holding up a green canopy. The group of calamity bugs didn't turn into a viper vine tree. Instead, they provided the druid's creation with all kinds of nutrients necessary for growth. "My business with you will never end like this," the group of calamity bugs shouted. "Never, ever." But the fallen druid didn't waver, no matter how tenacious his opponent's will was, or how much the battle around him distracted him. He had to complete the spell. "It will," the team leader whispered, but it was more like he was talking to himself. The chaos must be ended. The group of calamity bugs let out a final wail, and all traces on their body disappeared into the viper tree created by the druid's arrow shafts. The acid mist worms on his body became mottled, and then grew into thick and hard bark. His mouth was still whimpering, and he became a lump on the bark. The roots continued to extend downwards and finally pierced into the ground, making him unable to move anymore. Seeing this, everyone left. Chapter 548. Not bad. I don't need to use my trump card. The leader of the stealth squad saw that the druid had dealt with a group of calamity bugs and immediately ordered everyone to leave. Before leaving, he took out 2 magic talismans and wanted to activate the grease and ignite arrays engraved on them. But on second thought, although he was not sure whether the calamity bugs were dead or not, it was enough that he could no longer command the demon worms. There was no need to complicate things. Obviously, the leader understood the significance of his task, so he quickly repeated the same trick. He let the warriors and rogues restrain the calamity bugs, while the hidden archers were responsible for laying the groundwork. He cast curses to weaken the enemy, and finally let the druid attack the enemy. More and more calamity bugs were eliminated one after another. Compared with them, some squads took a completely different approach. For example, a stealth squad with a monk as the leader completely relied on the monk's infiltration ability to attack the calamity bugs, while the other squads cooperated to suppress them. Although the efficiency was a bit lower, it was not completely useless. At least all the stealth squads had been activated, and the calamity bugs were killed one after another. However, with the gradual completion of the task, more and more stealth squads exposed their whereabouts. The calamity bugs were not fools. They found out that someone was killing them. In less than half an hourglass, after losing more than a dozen calamity bugs in a row, the remaining calamity bugs all gathered in one place. At this time, they were no longer in the mood to manage the construction of the defensive counterattack position. Instead, they led many demon worms and began to conduct a carpet search of the stealth squads. In the end, relying on the numerical advantage of the demon army, the stealth squads were surrounded. "Don't let those guys go." A first-generation calamity swarm with the bloodline of the worm tyrant looked at the stealth team that was blocked in a cave and gritted his teeth in hatred. He loudly ordered, "Charge in and tear them all to pieces." After saying that, the cruel guy pulled a demon worm beside him. It was a poor dretch, and then tore it to pieces in front of the other demon worms. Do it like this. This kind of reasonable persuasion method made all of his subordinates quiet out of fear. They obediently listened to the instruction, and then rushed to the hidden team that was blocked in the cave at the fastest speed possible. In the process of running, they could not help but let out loud roars, as if venting their anger and trying to drive the fear out of their minds. Wall of fire! Seeing that the group of devil worms were about to rush into the crypt, a wall of fire appeared in front of them out of thin air. A few of the thick-skinned devil worms wanted to forcibly break through the wall of fire summoned by the spell, but just touching the flames made them complain incessantly. It turned out that those seemingly ordinary flames didn't just cause fire damage. They actually contained a rather shocking amount of hellish energy. To demons of the chaotic evil alignment, this kind of energy was clearly more damaging than flames. Looks like it's time to reveal my trump card. As the dull voice sounded, a terrifying greater devil walked out of the crypt. This huge devil had wings like a dragon, and a thick layer of ashes and embers covered his smoldering, strong body like a carapace. He was the leader of the hidden team, and also a powerful burnt sacrifice demon. His identity was his biggest trump card. When he stepped on the ground, the surrounding air began to boil. The burnt sacrifice demon waved his hand, and a storm of flames engulfed the devil worms closest to him. Those miserable guys could only let out a wail before turning into ashes. Mass charm monster. Just as the Scourge Worm group was about to command the other devil worms to surround them, the burnt sacrifice demon took the initiative to counterattack. This powerful devil only used a hand gesture to temporarily freeze those devil worms in place. The corners of his mouth cracked open as he laughed excitedly, spitting out lava-like saliva. Order, exhaustion. The burnt sacrifice demon's arrogant actions just now had been a disguise. He'd used it to confuse many opponents in the past, and even the Scourge Worm group had fallen for it. He then suddenly appeared beside the Scourge Worm group that had collapsed on the ground, extending his strong arm and ruthlessly stabbing it into its body. Hellfire! Like an inflating balloon, the body of the cataclysmic worms instantly swelled up, and the evil flames containing the power of Bator roasted this demon worm from the inside out. Finally, it turned into something similar to a burnt coal ball. The burnt sacrifice demon shook his hand, allowing the charcoal to fall to the ground. At the same time, many similar scenes were playing out in the Scourge Worm group's defensive position. Powerful devils, such as the burnt sacrifice demon and pit fiends, suddenly appeared one after another, using their overwhelming strength to easily deal with the Scourge Worm group. This had been Keys's plan all along. He'd relied on the stealth squad to assassinate and confuse the Scourge Worm group. While they were gathered together, he'd let the powerful devils of Bator's expeditionary army rise up and kill them. With this method, Keys had finally defeated the devil worm's command structure. Unless the tyrant worm lord descended, the devil worms were now like a sheet of loose sand, unable to resist the advance of Bator. The Bator generals who'd completed their mission only needed to wait in place, waiting for the main army to converge while taking care of the stealth squad at the same time. However, there were always some people who could not stand the loneliness, and the boredom of waiting made them want to do more damage. For example, they turned part of the worm's nest fortress and the crypt defense line into ruins that could never be repaired. After dealing with the Scourge Worm group, nearby, the burnt sacrifice demon could no longer find a target. However, he suddenly felt something, causing him to raise his head to look at the sky. He saw a meteor with a trail of flames falling towards the ground. There was no doubt that this was a pit fiend using meteor burst. The meteor landed heavily on the wall of the nest fortress, smashing through the wall made of mud and shellac. With a loud explosion, it flattened a large part of the nest. How extravagant, using meteor burst to tear it down. The burnt sacrifice demon mocked inwardly when he saw this scene. Although he couldn't stand such a wastrel act, he still had to show some appreciation. Thus, The powerful devil pursed his lips and ordered the devil worms he just controlled with mass charm. Get to work. Tear down the wall. Chapter 549. 8 steel legs. There were magnets on the feet. Rivets protruded from the body covered in armor. The camera rotated and struggled to focus on the uninvited guest. In front of it, crack! A huge hoof stepped on its body and chopped it into pieces. The broken claws writhed helplessly on the ground. Then a thin cable extending from its tail suddenly tightened and dragged it back to the ventilation pipe. Damn it! The half-demon Taran pounced on it, but it was still a step too late. The spider-like thing was quickly dragged into the ventilation pipe with a grill and then disappeared without a trace. When Keyes sent out a stealth team to kill the Scourge swarm, many half-demon Taurens also sneaked into Traction City. They had received orders from Buffett to destroy the cannons on the mobile stronghold. However, this trick did not fool Keyes. After entering a state of war, the entire Traction City was full of clockwork scouts. They monitored every corner of the fortress. Knowing that their whereabouts were exposed, these half-demon Taurens no longer hid. They investigated the location of the artillery positions and used their teleportation ability to raid here. Coupled with the Taurens' never-get-lost characteristic, they did not have to worry about not being able to find the artillery positions. These guys were now completely relying on instinct and striding forward. The one leading the team was their clan's war chief, Bree, the Heart Gouger. He was a warrior handpicked by Buffett, who had once pleased the absolute king of the Tauren race by killing the legendary Gnoll Barbarian. Don't fall behind. Bree bore the brunt of the charge and walked in front of many half-demon Taurens. Black smoke came out of his nostrils as if his internal organs were filled with foul gas. The half-demon Taurens, in terms of appearance, were actually very similar to Baylor demons. It was just that their bodies were much smaller and there were no burning flames on their bodies. As the latest creation of the Lord of Beasts, they were originally a group of Taurens who believed in Buffett and lived in the material plane instead of making a living in the abyss. But at that time, in order to return to the Acid Fog Canyon plane, Buffett had to use the power of the maze path. The Demon Lord only had one maze path, which was the path of fusion that he usually used to test new Tana re-demons. When using this maze path, the demons would first decompose in the process of expansion and extraction, and then reassemble into a new appearance at the other end of the passage. During the experiment, if Buffett also walked into the maze path, then he could use his own power to control the randomly reassembled demons after decomposition and determine where they appeared and how much they reassembled. It was precisely because of such means that the Fiend Lord was able to create powerful Tana like Ancestral Fiend Bray and Gigantic Bull Fiend. Furthermore, he had placed them in every corner of the bottomless abyss. However, after sending his own incarnation into the maze path, the power required to use the maze path would greatly increase. If the demons were to travel with him, Buffett could only bring a few dozen demons to the Acid Fog Canyon at most. That was why he chose the Taurens of the material plane as the first, and then arranged for 2 Baylor demons to undergo the decomposition of the maze path together. Through the maze path, they not only passed through the barrier set by Stim, but also successfully arrived at the Acid Fog Canyon plane. After the 2 Baylor demons were decomposed and reassembled into the bodies of the Taurens, Buffett also created the half-demon Taurens, a new half-abyssal species. Of course, these half-demon Taurens absorbed different amounts of Baylor essence. For example, Bree the Heart Gouger, because he was favored by Buffett, absorbed more and became more powerful. He could even use some spells of the Baylor demons, while the other half-demon Taurens were much weaker in comparison. As they walked, the group of half-demon Taurens gradually approached the artillery base of Traction City. Their noses could already smell the smell of gunpowder in the air, but suddenly the figures of enemies appeared in the corridor in front of them. There are people blocking the way in front. Kill them! Bree, who was leading the way, roared loudly. He strode forward and took the lead to charge. The ones blocking the path of the half-demon Torrens were none other than the mortal mercenaries from another plane that Keyes had arranged in the fortress. These people were currently under the jurisdiction of Blatch. After receiving the news from the Clockwork Scouts, the Desert Elves quickly arranged people to surround the group of half-demon Torrens on the path that they had to pass through to reach the artillery position. Enemy attack. Launch a counterattack. The one who spoke was a robust man with flame-like skin. His hair was like a fluttering flame, and there were two short and thick mottled horns on his forehead. It was easy to tell from his appearance that he was an Ifrit, a human descendant of the fire element, whose ancestor was a fire deity. Ifrit's personality was more impatient. When he saw the half-demon Torrens charging towards him, he did not retreat, but instead charged forward. He waved the two scimitars in his hands and rushed out, completely ignoring his companions. Swift Feint. This fire element descendant was good at using scimitars, and it was obvious that he had received formal training in the City of Brass. Therefore, when he attacked, he was very disciplined. His two scimitars shone brightly, and when he waved them, they dazzled his opponent's eyes. Humph! It's just a flashy little trick. Faced with the scimitars that were swinging towards him, Heartgouger Bree did not have any intention of dodging. He only thrust the spear in his hand forward swiftly, his movements as fast as lightning. He was very experienced in battle, and it was easy for him to see through Ifrit's weakness. His arms and weapon were longer than his opponent's. No matter how many tricks there were, no matter how beautiful they were useless if they could not hit their target. In addition, Ifrit's strength and agility were superior, so Bree's spear pierced through his opponent's body first. Burning cloud form. Ifrit, who was almost defeated, quickly used his life-saving ability. He turned into a hot vortex of gas made of smoke and dust and slowly floated away. Wanna run? It's not that easy. How could Bruley, whose fighting spirit had been aroused, let go of his opponent? He teleported to the side of the burning cloud that Ivrit had transformed into. The scorching gas couldn't hurt his strong body at all. Advanced Dispel Magic. This was a spell-like ability that Bree had obtained from the Baylor demon. A pale green light shot out from his fingertips and disappeared into the burning cloud in front of him. The hot gas suddenly started to return to its original form. The cruel Heartgouger Bree reached out his hand and touched the position of Ifrit's heart. The moment he returned to his original form, this guy was ready to dig out the heart of the fire element descendant and end his life. P.S. Words below will not count. I have created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. Currently, I have the outline part of my own drawing of the comic, the introduction of the Easter egg, the related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life have been released in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes footage of the creation, please join in. Chapter 550. Bree's malicious palm was slapped away by another strong palm, which made him feel very angry. Someone actually stuck out his body from the wall of the tunnel and launched a collision and grab attack at him. Moreover, the strength of the attack was extraordinarily great. Stone Bastard. The half-demon Tauren roared loudly and revealed the identity of the attacker. It turned out that he was an Oread, the descendant of the Earth Elementals. Don't leave the formation. These guys are not weak. The tall warrior said to Ivrit, who revealed his body. His voice was steady and firm, and he had a chiseled face. He looked like a statue that had come to life. As he spoke, he continued to tighten his arms. Of course, Bree, the heart gouger, did not do it for free. He suddenly spread his wings and propped up enough space for himself to move. Then he used his elbow to forcefully strike back. Slap! The half-demon minotaur sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. However, even though Oread's body was strong and he had a layer of granite skin to protect his body, he still felt his internal organs churning. Taking advantage of this opening, Bree turned around immediately. He used the fine iron spear in his hand as a club and swung it at the head of Oread, who had just grabbed him. Hide! This descendant of the earth elementals was obviously not made of stone. In the face of such a powerful head-on attack, he decisively retreated. At the same time, he activated his ability and hid in the wall. The spear made of fine iron cut off large pieces of gravel and gravel from the wall of the tunnel. Get rid of these annoying elementals, Bree said loudly to his companions behind him. Don't continue fighting. Remember our original mission. As he spoke, the half-demon Taran turned around and swung his arm, sending Ivret, who was trying to sneak attack him, flying. Then, regardless of the situation behind him, he simply rushed toward the remaining guards in front of him. Under the full sprint, Bree's speed was faster than a galloping horse. Before he crashed into the defense line, he cunningly used a high-level teleportation spell and went behind the group of guards who were waiting for him. Other than Ivret and Oread, the remaining guards were a group of tall, strong, and muscular earth goblins, although they had the word gnome in their name. Gnomes were actually slightly shorter than humans. Long arms, thick bodies, and short legs give them an ape-like appearance. After being exposed to the scorching sun for a long time, the disgusting grayish-green skin of the great earth goblin deepened to a dark green color. Its orange or red eyes shone with a cruel light, and its broad face and sharp ears showed some feline characteristics. These gnomes were nominally under the control of the two elemental descendants, but in reality, they only obeyed the orders of the sergeant. Therefore, when the two elemental descendants attacked the half-abyssal minotaur, these gnomes didn't go forward to support them. Instead, they formed a defensive shield wall on the spot according to the sergeant major's instructions. According to the sergeant major's judgment, the infiltration of this group of enemies was most likely to find some valuable targets to destroy. As long as he was trapped here, it wouldn't take long for reinforcements to arrive. Therefore, there was no need to forcefully attack and increase the number of casualties. His idea couldn't be said to be wrong, but it was a pity that he lacked understanding of the target he was besieging. This group of half-abyssal minotaurs had mastered advanced teleportation abilities. Using ordinary methods to besiege them was bound to be futile. The only effective way was to fight as much as possible. They were not like real demons who were used to using teleportation spells in high-intensity battles. Soon, the gnomes were caught in a dilemma due to the sergeant major's misjudgment. The half-abyssal minotaurs began to attack them from the front and back. Even though they quickly shrank into a circular formation and set up a shield wall on the outside, they still couldn't take care of the front and back. "Hold the enemies back," Ivret and Ariel said, trying to take some of the pressure off the ground goblins. "If you are afraid of death now, be prepared to go to the labor camp for the rest of your life," they threatened the ground goblins. Perhaps rationality overcame fear. Or perhaps the term labor camp had a different kind of magic, but the gnome sergeant major immediately changed his attitude. He used the whip in his hand to whip his cowering subordinates and shouted loudly, "Did you hear that, you potential losers?" With the sergeant major's whip, many gnomes began to go berserk. Their fangs were exposed in their mouths. Death isn't that scary. At least it's 10,000 times better than suffering in the labor camp. Finally, A gnome who was holed up in the shield formation couldn't withstand the mental pressure anymore. He screamed and rushed out. He was whipped until he was dripping with blood, but the crisscrossing wounds quickly healed and a thick layer of cuticle grew out. In addition to the chain armor he was wearing, this gnome seemed to have put on 2 layers of armor. He rushed toward a half-abyssal minotaur. Although he wasn't Heart-Gouger, Bree, the minotaur's strength and size could still crush him. The long-handled battle-axe broke the spear in the gnome's hand and wedged it into his shoulder. However, the gnome, who was already on the verge of madness, didn't seem to feel anything. Splat! Ah! This gnome used the momentum of the attack to thrust the broken spear forward and stabbed it into the minotaur's groin. The indescribable pain made the half-abyssal minotaur completely lose control. The battle-axe flew up and down and chopped this gnome into minced meat. However, this sudden situation was like a fuse. When all the gnomes saw this scene, they understood that this group of powerful invaders wasn't invincible. They could be injured and feel pain. Don't get caught up in the battle here. Seeing that the gnomes had spread out and were fighting the half-abyssal minotaurs with their lives, Bree, who was the leader, quickly killed a few enemies in front of him. He then roared loudly, "Don't forget our mission." His roar was just right. Some of the half-abyssal minotaurs who were in a killing frenzy were immediately alerted. They risked being hit a few times and used high-level teleportation spells to leave this part of the tunnel. They continued to attack the artillery base. However, the gnomes' desperate encirclement still bought them some time. Not long after they walked out, a creaking sound came from the front. The wall of the tunnel was opened by a mechanism, and more mercenaries from other planes walked out. Kill those half-abyssal bastards. A few leading orc wolf riders patted the heads of their mounts and raised their weapons. They began to charge at the half-abyssal minotaurs. The remaining mercenaries from other dimensions also displayed their abilities and began to attack this group of vulgar bastards who were trying to invade their territory. Chapter 551. In order to accommodate the different sizes of different races, when the roads in Traction City were built, the main tunnel was designed to be very wide and tall. It could at least accommodate a dozen wolf riders walking side by side, without feeling crowded. Green-skinned bastards riding stupid dogs. Facing the charging orc wolf riders, a trace of disdain flashed in Bruley's eyes. Even before he became a half-demon, he would not be afraid of a few orcs and dire wolves. You really don't have good eyesight. If you want to die so much, I'll grant you your wish. He did not use his newly acquired spell-like ability. He only waved the spear in his hand, took a step forward, and charged forward. He was confident that this group of orcs would not last more than a few breaths before being killed by him. However, Bruley really miscalculated this time. The orc wolf riders didn't actually plan to engage in a melee with him. When they charged over, they all took out a strange-looking gun from their saddle pouches. Slime net, fire! Thanks to the use of mice energy nuclei, low-level magic items were quickly popularized in New Prosperity Town. They only needed to make a mold for adding magic circles, and then imprint the magic circle on the item that needed to be enchanted. All kinds of new weapons were created one by one. The slime net gun was one of the examples. As long as the trigger was pulled, this gun would shoot out a net with extremely strong adhesive. The shooter who used this gun did not need any spellcasting ability. They only needed to know how to aim and remember the time needed to form the slime. Obviously, this weapon was very suitable for the orc wolf riders, so each of them was equipped with one. After receiving the order from their leader, they immediately raised their guns and fired. Poof, 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 poof. After a few strange gunshots, the half-demon minotaur was covered in slime. Although this slime was only a colloid summoned by a low-level web spell, it was superior in quantity. No matter how Bruley tried to tear it, he could not get rid of it. Body of flames. Bruley had no choice but to use an ability that he did not really want to use. Raging flames spewed out from his muscles and burned the slime on his body. However, because he was not immune to fire damage, a large area of his skin was burned. The smoke from the burning glue, coupled with the stimulation of pain, made the half-demon Tauren's eyes turn red. He roared angrily and lowered his head to attack the closest orc wolf rider. Unable to dodge, the dire wolf beneath the orc had its head pierced by the bullhorn. The rider on the orc's back could only hurriedly slide off the back of his mount and scramble to retreat to the tunnel behind him. After losing their mounts, the wolf riders lost most of their abilities. In the face of a half-demon minotaur, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Greater teleportation. Bruley, who had wanted to take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack, activated the spell-like ability inherited from the Baylor demon. However, he remained where he was. Not far away, 3 muscular blood-armored demon guards suddenly showed up in the tunnel. They all had malicious smiles on their faces. As the main force of the Blood War, the blood-armored demons, who fought demons all year round, had the ability of dimensional interference. Unless it was an extremely powerful spellcaster, no one could use teleportation to launch a surprise attack or escape in front of them. In addition to these blood-armored demons, other reinforcements had also rushed to this tunnel. Among them, the figures of 3 frost giants in chainmail were the most eye-catching. These 3 giants looked like thick and muscular humans, but they had frosty white skin and light blue hair braided into long braids. Like their hair, their beards were shaved clean, and their broad cheeks were covered with tattoos with dark blue dye. They were all priests of the god of frost giants, Thalum. They used to work under General Kiru, but were later subdued by the ogre Naruto. After being transformed by the labor camp, they had now become the city guards of the new boom town. Winter is coming. Before launching the attack, these 3 frost giant priests all loudly chanted the prayers of Thalum. The big axes in their hands began to be wrapped in frost, and the temperature in this tunnel dropped a little. With the chant, spells such as Eagle's Majesty, Bull's Strength, and Owl's Insight were gradually attached to them, increasing the combat power of the frost giants. Kill them! After completing the preparation before the battle, the 3 frost giant priests immediately launched a charge. Although they were spellcasters, the priests of Thalum would still display amazing melee ability in battle. The priest spells that they often cast were generally for the sake of winning hand-to-hand combat, and it was a buff that they cast on themselves. And what made people speechless was that even with the help of various spells, the frost giant priests still maintained the good habit of never fighting alone if they could fight in groups. Facing the half-demon minotaurs that were only slightly smaller than them, they were even more cautious. Not only did they use buffs on them, but they also used some unusual methods. The 3 frost giants charged forward in an inverted triangle formation. The 2 frost giants in front blocked the other frost giant behind them, making it easier for them to make some small moves. It was not until the frost giant at the back finished casting that they moved aside in a timely manner, allowing the frost giant to direct an extremely vicious ice crystal blast towards the half-demon minotaurs. Bang! With a crisp sound, frost and broken ice suddenly appeared on Bruley's body. Because his skin had just been burned by flames, after receiving the sudden cold damage, a large area of his skin directly cracked open, and blood gushed out in an instant. But this was only the damage on the surface. The real damage was still hidden in the curse hidden in the ice crystal blast. The fine broken ice had already invaded the blood vessels of the half-demon minotaurs, blocking the circulation of the blood in his body. What was more fatal was that the ice crystals began to flow along with the blood flow, and began to flow into his heart. And if a large number of ice crystals were poured into the heart, there would be sudden stops in light cases, and in serious cases, the sharp ice crystals might cut the heart and cause death. The only suitable action to deal with this situation was to try to slow down the circulation of the blood as much as possible and quietly heal oneself by healing the serious injuries or removing the curse. But Bruley did not have such an opportunity at all. Confined in place by the blood-armored demon's dimensional interference, he was facing an unstoppable battle. And in the middle of a battle, how could he slow down the circulation of his blood? In the end, this half-demon minotaurs, nicknamed Heart Gouger, fell to the ground with their hands covering their hearts. Then they were chopped into meat paste by the frost giants and blood-armored demons that rushed over. Chapter 552. Other than the team led by Heart Gouger Bree, there were two other teams that they had lost contact with. There was no doubt that the half-demon minotaurs had died in Traction City. As for the rest, it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. The dead half-demon minotaurs were different from real demons. Their corpses would rarely rot quickly and turn into a pool of pus or foam with a shocking stench. Instead, they were like creatures from the material plane. They needed to be gathered together and carefully cleaned, because if these things were left where they were, a plague might breed in New Prosperity Town. Therefore, after they were killed, the labor camp immediately dispatched a large number of people to use reinforced flatbed carts to transport the corpses to the manure tank in the corner of the city. There, the corpses of the half-demon minotaurs would be dismembered. Then, some of the valuable materials would be recycled. The rest of the waste would be degraded into fertilizer and used as feed for the flesh-eating acid mistworms. It could be considered as the final compensation for the damage that the half-demon minotaurs had caused to the city. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of chainsaws cutting into minced meat was deafening. The laborers in the manure tank workshop were busy without stopping. The laborers working here were the last batch of laborers in New Prosperity Town. Each of them was extremely vicious and had tenacious vitality. Otherwise, they would have been turned into soul prisms long ago. A certain Jack Allen with scabies on his body was using tools to cut up materials. When no one was paying attention, he picked up some of the half-demon minotaur's flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. He barely chewed before stuffing the extra meal into his stomach. Most of the other laborers in the area also had the same extra meal behavior. It had become their survival instinct to not let go of any opportunity to replenish their nutrition. Pooh. Glancing at the barbed demon guard who was supervising his work, the jackalen shifted his body to cover up his spitting into the manure tank. He threw a section of the tibia that had been shaved clean behind him. The bone remains there had been piled up into a pile. After a while, the pile of bones would be taken away and sent to the machine to be ground into powder. The jackalen was now fiddling with the head of a half-demon minotaur. According to the requirements, he had to remove the horns and wait for the spellcaster to collect them alone. You've wasted your sharp teeth. You're just eating rotten meat to satisfy your hunger, just to fill your stomach. An inexplicable voice sounded in the gnoll's ears. He was so nervous that his ears perked up. His triangular eyes looked around, trying to find out who was so bold as to talk to him at work. But after searching for a long time, there were no suspicious figures around. His nose twitched twice, but he also smelled the inherent rotting smell of the manure tank, as well as the smell of the flesh and blood of the half-demon minotaurs. Wait a minute. The gnoll's eyes stared at the bull's head in his hand. The eyes on the bull's head actually turned, and the corners of its mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Isn't meat delicious? Why do you have to eat shit here, every day? Being mocked by a dead guy. The gnoll first felt fear, And then an emotion called anger, which seemed to have been forgotten by it for a long time, defeated its reason and ignited a spark in its heart. "You bastard! How dare you talk to me like that?" He lowered his voice, and the people next to him could only hear a few gurgling sounds from his throat. "See if I don't dig out your eyes and chew them in front of you." I believe the half-demon Minotaur's mouth closed again, but the rustling sound still reached the Gnoll's ears. "After all, you used to be a qualified thug, the Max that everyone was afraid of. It's Mad Max, it's Wolf Hunter Max." The Gnoll's face showed a ferocious expression. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "It's the younger brother of Slaughter Demon Wolf, Max." The voice that came from nowhere evoked an unforgettable memory for Max. This Gnoll was originally a warrior with a great future, but because his brother was jealous of him, he was expelled from the wolf pack for a reason. In order to take revenge, Max signed a contract with a devil and gained more power. However, when he found his brother who framed him, he had already died in the hands of a Minotaur, who was an enemy of the Gnoll tribe. It seemed that his heart had been dug out. Max couldn't remember what happened at that time, but because the conditions of the contract had been fulfilled, he couldn't escape from the hands of the devil in the end and was kidnapped to the 9 prisons of Bader. After that, this guy was reduced to a Gu-Yongbin from another plane, thrown into a bloody battle by the devils as cannon fodder. To be honest, with his strength, he had been doing well in the early days. Bullying newbies and bullying the weak were all natural talents he had learned from his bones. That was until Quest built Boomtown and used his great power to rebuild order. This unstable guy was thrown into the labor camp on the first day the young Blue Dragon took office. There was no chance for him to be pardoned, and he had to live every day without speaking. Mad Max's spirit was gradually worn down, and his only thought was to struggle to live a few more days. But today, the strange words that the dead Minotaur told him had reinvigorated his numbed nerves. He felt resentment and anger, but also hope. "You're a Gnoll destined to do great things. Suffering will only make you more ferocious." The strange voice sounded again, but Max's eyes became a little determined. "Sometimes you just need to push yourself, and the spark can start a prairie fire." His voice, which was as loud as a bell, resounded in Max's mind. Like a ghost, he stood up abruptly, looked at the pile of Minotaur bones behind him, and reached out his hand with new claws. Bang! Raging flames rose into the air, and the pile of bones was like a burning bonfire. Then, one after another, more and more laborers repeated Max's actions, and the whole dung tank was filled with smoke from the bonfire. Seeing this, the barbed demons on duty wanted to take action immediately, but just as they were about to teleport to the dung tank and slaughter the laborers who dared to cause trouble, something strange happened. Cough, cough, cough. Smoke poured into their throats, and the barbed demons all coughed, unable to concentrate to use spell-like abilities. Then, something even more terrifying happened. These bats of devils, who had amazing physiques, started coughing and vomiting blood at the same time. Their bodies gradually withered, and finally they were all unconscious on the ground. Chapter 553. The entire manure storage tank workshop was already filled with yellow-green smoke. All the alarms had been activated and were relaying information to the outside world about the anomaly. The barbed demon guards were all lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. I heard that this place is called the intestine of the city. A chilling voice suddenly rang out. Then I'd like to see if the intestine that flows out after a big hole in the digestive tract can digest this city. Ha ha ha. Along with the terrifying laughter, the flames on the bonfire instantly turned into a demonic red. They no longer produced smoke, but started to ignite. Explosions rang out one after another, and bumps appeared on the metal walls of the workshop. Finally, the pressure resistance of the building materials reached the threshold. In an explosion that shook the entire city, the wall of the manure storage tank workshop was torn open with a jagged wound. From this wound, a large amount of sticky, soft mud gushed out. Not only was the ooze stinky, but it was also constantly changing shape. It looked like a half-melted humanoid creature. As it continued to squirm, its face gradually appeared. It was the face of Max, the werewolf. "If you're hungry, you'll eat meat." Through Max's mouth, the ooze issued its own declaration of action. Its filthy body rolled and twitched. The yellowish-brown mass extended its amorphous pseudo-legs in all directions and used them as support points to pull itself forward. The explosion of the dung tank attracted the demon guards, who were originally on duty in the intestine of the city. They cautiously blocked the path of the ooze and did not attack. Instead, they waited for the commander's orders. Fire, ice, and sound wave. Attack with these three forms first. The commander was a Dominion demon. He held a war hammer and observed for a moment. He used his experience to formulate a battle plan against the ooze. Try not to get close to it. Upon receiving the commander's order, the demon guards quickly acted. A few spiked demons used flare and scorching ray spell-like abilities respectively. The bone demons cast ice wall on the ooze, trying to cut it in half. The Dominion demon swung his hammer and released a lesser sound wave ball as a test attack. With the ooze's movement speed, it would not be able to dodge so many attacks. When the flames landed on its body, they burned blisters that looked like pustules, but they were immediately extinguished. A cold ice wall appeared in its body, and it seemed to have some effect. It began to twist and turn continuously until the ice wall was completely shattered. As for the inferior sonic ball hitting its body, damn it, don't use sound wave spells. This sludge monster will automatically split apart when attacked by sound waves. Seeing the slightly smaller clump of mud in front of him, the tyrannical hero frowned and announced loudly. Just as the devil guards were about to use their spell-like abilities to deal a second blow to the disgusting mud creature, the smaller ball of ooze suddenly disappeared in front of them, leaving only the larger ball of ooze in its place. At the same time, in the quenching tank of a smelting factory in the intestine of the city, a large yellowish-brown stain suddenly appeared in the originally clear oil. The few gray dwarven craftsmen who were standing by the side all had doubtful looks on their faces. They had just wanted to soak the finished parts in the oil to cool them down, but after seeing the stain, they became hesitant. "Go and report to the chief technician." A gray dwarf who looked like a team leader roared at his younger assistant. "Tell him that there's something abnormal in the cooling tank. Maybe someone is deliberately sabotaging our production progress." In order to increase production efficiency, there were many factories in the intestine of the city, and every factory had craftsmen of different races. There was a competitive relationship between them, which was why the gray dwarf team leader suspected that someone else was sabotaging them. However, he had guessed wrongly this time, and the consequences were severe. Just as he was about to collect some of the stain to keep as evidence, the ball of stain suddenly jumped out of the cooling tank and completely enveloped him. Without any cry for help, the gray dwarf team leader's flesh and blood melted away in an instant. After eating its fill, the ball of mud grew a little bigger, and the number of tentacles and artificial legs on its body began to increase. Seeing that their team leader was swallowed up, the irritable gray dwarven craftsmen all spontaneously rushed over. Some of them swung their hot forging hammers and hit the body of the mud monster hard. Some took out their heating tools and used them to spray flammable blazing fire glue at the ooze, trying to burn it to death. However, the ooze was much more cunning than they had imagined. Being hit by the smithing hammer did not cause any harm to it. Instead, it would seize the opportunity to devour the attacking gray dwarf. Although the blazing fire glue had ignited its body, it had used the flames to break out of the siege of the fire dwarf craftsman. Along the way, it had wantonly set fire and destruction on fire. In just a few moments, the smelting factory was set ablaze. The ooze also took the opportunity to swallow more gray dwarves and quickly degraded them into its own mud. The flames on its body were no longer burning, and its body had expanded several times. In the end, it also split into new oozes. The factories in the intestine of the city were attacked by these monsters one after another, and the demon guards stationed here had to go to various places to put out the fires. But even if they destroyed the oozes that attacked the factories, they would still teleport most of their bodies away at the last moment. And these oozes that were teleported away would eventually return to the original monster. They fused into the body of the monster with the face of Noel Max, causing its body to grow rapidly. Soon, it became a behemoth as big as a hill. Just looking at its size was enough to make people afraid. The Overlord demon, who led the demon guards to fight against it, had to use magic to investigate and finally figure out what it was. Fleshy ooze nicknamed Mad Max. It has a paranoid love for flesh and blood, and the demon lord was involved in its birth process. It is immune to acid and poison, has a certain resistance to fire, and is vulnerable to cold. Sound waves and physical damage will cause it to split. After splitting, the fleshy ooze has the ability to teleport. Within a certain range, it can appear in any liquid. After splitting, the fleshy ooze will automatically hunt flesh and blood creatures and have the habit of feeding back to the original body. Chapter 5, 54. Just like how severe abdominal pain would make a swift walker bend down, the sudden change in the intestine of the city slowed down the entire Traction City. Many decks began to tremble. Although it was not violent, it was entirely due to Shay's powerful mechanical operation skills. Under the skirt of New Boom Town, the large hydraulic device stretched out its 8 claws, and the spikes at the tip grasped the ground. With the spray of brake coolant, a lot of steam came out between the driving wheels, and the track of the Traction City greatly reduced its speed in a short time. In order to overcome the inertia brought by the huge mass, the mobile fortress had a violent friction with the ground, and a small plowed hill was piled up in front of each track and claw. The low-level fiend worms that couldn't escape in time were all buried in it. Even with the reinforcement device, many machines in the factories of the intestine of the city were shifted during the sudden stop. The furnaces of several smelting factories directly overturned, and the melted or half-melted metal flowed out and began to spread wantonly in all directions, covering the ground of the intestine of the city. Because of this, many of the fleshy slime splits were scalded or burned to death, and the growth of their main bodies was slowed down a lot. This gave the devils some advantage. After all, Batsu was immune to fire damage, and they fought desperately while bathed in flames. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. A discussion group for Scales of Eternity has been established, and everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. At present, there is an outline part of the manga form, an introduction of the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join. However, due to the high temperature, the spell effect of the cold damage was greatly reduced, and the fleshy slime's constitution was getting stronger and stronger through devouring. The frostbite caused by the frost and severe cold would not last long in its body. Moreover, the knoll head of this mud-shaped monster had now become much bigger, and its intelligence seemed to have increased a little. Its 2 triangular eyes showed a cunning look, and it seemed to be up to no good. The The fleshy slime stretched out a large number of tentacle-like pseudo-legs and fiercely whipped several barbed devils nearby. It had done this before, but those were just ordinary physical attacks, and the devil guards could easily withstand them with their tenacity. But now it wasn't just that. Flesh absorption. Bloody wounds appeared on the bodies of the barbed devils that were attacked. It was as if the tentacles had grown mouths and were biting off large amounts of flesh and blood. The faces of those unlucky devils quickly turned a strange black color, and white foam came out of their mouths. They struggled to escape, but in the end, they all fell to the ground and were completely devoured by the fleshy ooze. Be careful of bleeding wounds. The hero demon holding the warhammer raised his arm and shouted, "This thing is poisonous." Under his reminder, the Batsu warrior became even more cautious. They either cast spells from afar or picked up the half-solidified metal on the floor to make simple shields to protect themselves. Some of the smarter ones even scooped up handfuls of molten metal and threw it directly at the flesh-sucking ooze. The mud-shaped monster that was splashed with the metal solution hissed and emitted an unbearable stench. The knoll on its head opened its mouth and howled in pain. Obviously, as its intelligence increased, the flesh-sucking ooze slowly understood what pain was. It began to try to avoid the spells and the metal solution, as well as actively counterattack. The flesh-sucking ooze dug its pseudo-legs deep into the stone walls and floor, but not many devils noticed this detail. Those who noticed this detail only thought that it wanted to grab the things around it to move forward. Wall of sharp teeth. Flesh membrane as thin as a cicada's wings suddenly rose from the cracks in the floor and walls. Countless teeth hung on it. These teeth all came from the unlucky devils that were devoured by the flesh-sucking ooze. They were of different sizes and shapes. Because it happened so suddenly, the devil guards did not have time to react before they were separated. They were all surrounded by 3 or 4 walls of sharp teeth. Some of the Batsu warrior immediately cast a teleportation spell, and thus they escaped. Those who did not react in time were all bitten by thousands of teeth. Even with their rough skin and thick flesh, there were many teeth marks on their scaly bodies. A large number of broken teeth were embedded in the devil's bodies, and their cries of pain rose and fell one after another. Moreover, these bites were the same as the pseudo-legs from before. They were also laced with poison, and the devils who were bitten instantly fell into a state of paralysis. The flesh-sucking ooze took this opportunity to move its body to the area covered by the wall of sharp teeth. The devils that were paralyzed by the poison were all wrapped up by the flesh-sucking ooze's body and began to be devoured. The knoll's head grew a lot bigger, and fine scales grew on its face. It could even speak coherently. The flesh of devils is equally sweet. Max is not a werewolf, but a demon-hunting wolf. Just as he was spouting nonsense, the tyrannical male demon with the warhammer revealed a sinister smile. "Is that so?" he said disdainfully. "Dreams cannot be unrealistic." He slammed the warhammer in his hand on the ground. Cold fire. The flesh-sucking ooze's body suddenly swelled, as if something had exploded in its body. The surface of its body was instantly torn apart, and cold air gushed out from the wounds. Ice crystals began to condense in its body. It turned out that the Overlord demon had already discovered the mud-shaped monster's intentions, so he beat it at its own game, and conveniently left some fragments in the body of a barbed demon guard. When the flesh-sucking ooze swallowed that barbed demon, the casting material was also swallowed into its body. The Overlord demon took this opportunity to directly detonate it. Under the influence of cold fire, even with the flesh-sucking ooze's body as a barrier, the temperature of the intestine of the city suddenly dropped by a lot. The metal liquid that was originally in a half-melted state instantly solidified into lumps of metal. The monster that had been feeling smug just a moment ago could no longer make any sound. Its entire body was frozen by the crystallized ice. Smash it into powder, the Overlord demon roared at his subordinates. Then burn all the powder into nothingness. The Devil Guards were excited, for the Batsu, participating in the work of destroying a powerful enemy, had always been one of the greatest joys of his life. They naturally gladly obeyed, and did not feel the slightest bit sorry for their comrade that had just been sacrificed. Looking at his energetic subordinates, the Overlord demon stood up straight and twirled his warhammer with his fingers. But just as he let his guard down, a pitch-black machete suddenly appeared behind him and chopped straight at the Overlord demon's head. Chapter 5:55. You can't wait. Feeling the wind at the back of his head, the strong Overlord demon showed a mocking smile on his face. He only said a few words. The machete targeted his body and passed through it without any hindrance, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. The sneak attack was successful, but it only destroyed an illusion. Buffett was obviously caught unprepared by his own failure. He found it hard to imagine that the Overlord demon had such high magic attainments to be able to deceive the demon lord's eyes and confuse his hearing and hearing. But he immediately knew the reason. The back of his neck had been hit hard. That familiar feeling and weight made him suddenly realize that this was the weapon that had once destroyed his other incarnation. It's you. That's right. Due to the reminder of the dragon head warhammer hammer, Buffett finally understood that the Overlord demon was actually the young blue dragon disguised as a fake goods, specifically used to lure him into a sneak attack. At this moment, the Tauren King could be said to be both shocked and angry. He was shocked that his trick had been seen through, and now he might have fallen into a trap. He was angry that he had actually fallen into the same person's hands twice. His reputation as a demon lord had been completely destroyed. Ironheart School, iron dissipating strength. Ignoring the other party's question, Keyes directly used the Ironheart School's martial arts. Using the dragon head warhammer with excellent balance, he smashed the machete that Buffett had placed horizontally in front of his chest after he turned around. Although it didn't directly shatter the legendary weapon, Hammer still took the opportunity to bite a large hole in the blade. The back of his neck was hit, and then the young blue dragon's attack had the characteristic of vibration. Even with the Tauren King's strength and physique, he still felt half of his body go numb, and his chi and blood began to roll up. But he didn't show it at all. Instead, he first used his nose to snort and spat out a cone-shaped stream of water with negative energy, forming a barrier in front of him to guard against Keyes' next attack. Then, he shook the machete in his hand, and the legendary weapon released a crescent-shaped energy blade, shooting towards the young blue dragon. Steel Soul style, seraphic speed body. Facing the incoming energy blade, Keyes decisively used the Steel Spirit Sex martial technique to increase his agility. While dodging the attack, he circled behind Buffett. He didn't even need to go around Buffett completely. He only needed to find a suitable angle to use the Shadow Hand School's secret assassination technique and inflict heavy damage on Buffett. Shadow Hand Stream, 5 Shadows Entanglement. Through a beautiful twist and thrust, Keyes circled around to the back of the Tauren King and used the dragon head warhammer to smash the other party's back. Since he had already hit his opponent once, Keyes had already implanted part of his shadow energy into Buffett's body as a seed. Now, all he had to do was detonate it and wait for the shadows to cover the demon lord's heart and spread to his limbs along the blood vessels. However, after being hit, Buffett's figure only shook a little before exploding, turning into a large cloud of mist made entirely of negative energy, quickly spreading in all directions. Keyes frowned. Water clone. He recognized the technique used by the opponent to lure the enemy. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated, and at the same time, he cast a resist negative energy spell on himself. As it turned out, his choice was correct. The negative energy contained in the mist was terrifying. In the process of its spread, anything that came into contact with it would immediately decay. Even metals and rocks were no exception. Advanced Dispel spell. He didn't know when Buffett had appeared behind Quess. First, he used a spell-like ability to disperse the protective spell on the young blue dragon's body. Then, he lowered his head and bent his waist, suddenly launching an unavoidable horn charge. The thick horns penetrated the flesh, and with the strong inertia, the Tauren King suddenly pushed his opponent into the area covered by the mist of negative energy, accompanied by a painful wail. The demon that was penetrated quickly decayed into dust. It turned out that after realizing that his attack had failed, Keys not only pretended to retreat, but also launched a substitution spell that he had set up in advance, swapping places with a barbed demon. That unlucky guy, apart from having his bones broken by Buffett, was also baptized by the mist of negative energy. In the end, not even a complete corpse was left. Damn it! The Tauren King shook his neck and shook off the remains of the barbed demon. Then he roared loudly, "You coward who only knows how to use tricks! Don't you dare to fight a proper battle for once." This sentence was actually a joke. Who didn't know that although the level of these demon lords wasn't very high, these demons of the lower realm, who were driven by their nature, were the ones who were the most passionate about playing tricks? Of course, Keys didn't refute his idea. The young blue dragon only wanted to beat the Tauren King down as soon as possible. He realized that the opponent's avatar was obviously good at fighting. Just now, he used the moves from the Nine-Sword catalog, but in the end, he didn't gain any advantage. So, he decisively changed his fighting style, and in a flash, he became a powerful cannon-type spellcaster. This was because Keys had a mice energy nucleus in his hands. In order to make it convenient to carry, Keys directly let the small hammer swallow the mice energy nucleus into its stomach. This way, on one hand, it could provide some protection for the mice energy nucleus, and on the other hand, he could use the transformation characteristics of the dragon head warhammer to form different magic arrays at any time and anywhere, and use the power of the mice energy nucleus to cast spells. Holding this warhammer, he only needed to move his mind, and he could cast mid to low-level spells at will. Even if the high-level spells were more complicated and couldn't be fully activated with magic arrays, Keys could still increase the casting speed with the hammer, and at the same time, increase the effects of the spells. And Buffett immediately experienced the terror of the Cannon Mage, Dimensional Anchor, Dimensional Interference, and other spells that disrupted the high-level teleportation ability were almost non-stop. High-level Phantom Killer, Death's Command, and Brain Invasion would be cast when he was unprepared. The dazzling patterns released close to his face didn't blind his eyes, although his resistance to necromancy spells was very high. The Withering spell that could be cast every once in a while still made his heart clench, and the pressure was great in front of the Cannon Mage, who held the mice energy nucleus. A dignified demon lord didn't have any good way to deal with it. Buffett had already been beaten to the point where he covered his head and scurried away like a rat, almost without any strength to fight back. The Cannon Mage was so terrifying. Note 2. Chapter 5, 56. Deep in the core of the Acid Fog Canyon, a huge monster was wriggling around, looking for places with bloody flares. Every time it found a spot, it would stop for a moment and stick out its tongue with a human body to remove the vicious curse attached to the core of the plane. Damn curse! The tyrant worm's dragon subbody, Hemtar, roared loudly. Several days of high-intensity spellcasting had made him very tired and irritable, but to avoid the punishment of the will of the abyss, he had to continue working. Today, he found a total of 2 flares. In order to annihilate those curses, he emptied the 3 storage rings on the tyrant worm's body. According to his previous investigation, so far, there were still 3 to 5 flares on the plane core that needed to be dealt with. I finally made it. Hemtar finished casting the spell and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The huge worm began to curl up its body, wanting to leave the scorching core and return to the mantle layer where the environment was slightly better to rest for a while. There, he dug a cave for himself and used spells to isolate the lava. It could allow the tyrant worm to relieve the pain caused by the high pressure and heat, and at the same time, it could also recover some strength and eat some food while it was at it. As he walked towards the cave shelter, he thought about his next move. Eating the corpse of the abyssal dragon should be enough to replenish the energy to heal the burns on my body. Then I can get rid of all the curse flares in one go. And then, when he arrived at the cave, he touched the magic barrier with his worm's kiss. A huge entrance appeared on the membrane with a gorgeous halo, and the tyrant worm quickly jumped into it from the sea of lava. The sudden drop in temperature caused the lava on its body to condense. It shook its body, and the condensed lava and festering skin fell to the ground together. After dealing with the burden on its body, the hungry worm immediately rushed to its food, the abyssal dragon. This monster's appearance was very similar to the megalosaurus. In biological classification, it could be classified as a megalosaurus of the abyss. At first, some demon lords wanted to cultivate it as a mount, but their intelligence was not high, and they were irritable. So the demon lords who created the abyssal dragons released them into the abyss and let them reproduce on their own. The tyrant worm was fond of eating dragons. When there was no megalosaurus to feed on, it would use this kind of abyssal dragon to satisfy its hunger. In order to satisfy his appetite, he even built several bases to breed abyssal dragons in the Acid Fog Canyon plain. In terms of size, the tyrant worm was at least 10 times the size of the abyss dragon. Therefore, it opened its mouth and bit off a rib of the food reserve in front of it. After taking the first bite, he did not open his mouth immediately. Instead, he sucked the internal organs and blood of the abyssal dragon beast into his stomach and then raised his head in satisfaction. Just as the tyrant worm was considering whether to break open the head of the dragon beast to suck out its brain or taste its tail that was laced with venom and soft tendons, the dragon's secondary body that had been bathed in blood suddenly felt that it was being watched. Helmuter poked his body out of the tyrant worm's mouth and looked around the shelter within the barrier. He said loudly, "Come out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out?" As expected of the demon lord of this plane, Graziti showed himself. He had a friendly smile on his face, but his words were mocking. "You have the final say in the Acid Fog Canyon. Nothing can be hidden from you." As the incarnation of a demon lord, Helmuter naturally had a wealth of knowledge of the abyss. He could tell who this uninvited guest was with just a glance. Considering the other party's status and strength, as well as his current predicament. Although he knew that Graziti did not get along with his allies, he did not take the initiative to provoke or attack directly. Dark Prince, Helmuter, snapped his fingers and cleaned the bloodstains on his body. He said in a solemn tone, "I have nothing to do with you. What is your purpose in coming to the Acid Fog Canyon? If you are here for revenge, or..." "Don't use your own thoughts to guess other people's intentions," Graziti interrupted. His expression turned cold as he replied bluntly, "I only want to ask you, who is the ruler of the Acid Fog Canyon plain?" Seeing that Helmuter was silent, Graziti's lips curled into a friendly smile again. "I hope you can answer. It's me, the tyrant worm." He shook his head. "But you know very well that the 2 allies you invited are not easy to send away. or rather, they have completely usurped your authority while the core of the plane is being corroded by the curse. You did it. Helmuter roared angrily. Graz-Ziti's words obviously touched him. Currently, there was a problem with the core of the acid fog canyon. The only ones who knew the specific situation were him, Buffett, and Stim. However, Six Fingers' words had hit the nail on the head. Furthermore, Stim had sealed off this plane. All these circumstances made him suspect that the Dark Prince had already infiltrated the plane of Acid Fog Canyon. Moreover, he had a suitable motive to defeat Buffett's alliance and weaken the Tauren King's strength. Then why would I come here? Graz-Ziti showed a disdainful expression as he looked at the tyrant worm slowly approaching him. But he did not say anything unnecessary. He just slammed his acid explosion sword into the ground, and the sword hilt sank into the ground. Help you solve the problem? A rumbling sound suddenly echoed in the shelter. The barrier cast by Helmuter suddenly collapsed. A large amount of magma began to pour into the space, and the earth and rocks on the dome began to collapse and crumble. Helmuter hurriedly cast many defensive spells on himself. He thought that Graz-Ziti was going to harm him, but after the huge commotion just now, Graz-Ziti did not seem to have any intention of attacking. He just stood there calmly. Why did you do that? The giant worm lifted his head and blocked the falling rocks for Helmuter and Graz-Ziti. The dragon's subbody seemed to have sensed something, and his tone of voice changed from anger to caution. As it turned out, just a moment ago, he suddenly felt that the flare on the planar core seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and Six Finger had dispersed the remaining curses with his own attack. This also explained why the tyrant worm's attitude had taken a 180-degree turn. Chapter 557. My idea of cooperation is different from theirs. Graz-Ziti floated up and looked at Hemtar. He smiled and said, I have to show some sincerity before I can speak. Otherwise, I won't continue to talk with you, don't you think? The tyrant worm's tongue poked down, and Hemtar bowed. Thank you very much, Lord Graz-Ziti. Although he did not believe Six Fingers' words easily, he could not put on an arrogant look when he really received benefits. What's more, the other party had also proposed cooperation, which made him very interested. In fact, Graz-Ziti's cooperation was very likely to be related to Buffett. There was a gap between the Prince of Darkness and the Tauren King. Even if they were not like Yeenagu, the Knoll King, who was Buffett's mortal enemy, the two demon lords had fought dozens of times, and their armies were still fighting in some parts of the abyss. There were several versions of the reason for the conflict between them within the circle of demon lords. Many people suspected that Graz-Ziti was hostile to the Tauren King because he was dissatisfied with the alliance between his mother, Tsang-Yi, and Buffett. There were even some busybodies who deliberately spread rumors, saying, the Dark Prince doesn't want a stepfather with a bull's head. Originally, this had nothing to do with the tyrant worm. As a young demon lord, he did not have the strength and energy to get involved in the battle between the two veteran demon lords. However, his previous alliance with Buffett not only did not allow him to obtain the promised benefits, but he also paid the price of damaging the plane's source core. In this regard, the tyrant worm was not simply dissatisfied. In fact, he also wanted to take revenge on the Tauren King, but he was not sure if he could win. What's more, the current Acid Fog Canyon was in a precarious situation. Although the internal problems had just been quelled, there were still powerful external enemies eyeing covetously. He really did not want to set up additional enemies, unless he could have absolute confidence and enough significant benefits. Buffett only has 2 avatars. Graz-Ziti stretched out 3 fingers and then bent down one. One was lost in the Acid Fog Canyon. The other avatar is sitting on the battlefield against Yeenagu, and can't leave at all. Therefore, if it's not a temporary incarnation, then it must be his main body. The tyrant worm was visibly agitated. Its massive body leaned forward, and Helmuter approached Graz-Zt. "My lord, are you serious?" Helmuter asked. The number of avatars a demon lord had depended entirely on the demon lord's strength. Not every demon lord could control 3 planes like the Dark Prince and use unimaginable resources to create multiple avatars. For ordinary demon lords, losing an incarnation was simply like losing half of a merchant's wealth, or even worse. Given that the Tauren king had been fighting for a long time, the resources he had accumulated should not be enough to support him to condense a new avatar in a short period of time. Therefore, there was a high chance that the one who had come to the Acid Fog Canyon was his real body. This was definitely a huge temptation for the Tyrant Worm Tyrant. Demons like the great demon lords of the 9 prisons of Bader and the various demon lords of the bottomless abyss were actually like true gods. They would rarely send their real bodies out unless it was necessary. This was because if their real bodies left their territory, their strength would be weakened, and once they were killed, they might not be able to resurrect again. If the Tyrant Worm could use the Acid Fog Canyon to kill Buffett's real body, not only would he not be blamed by the will of the abyss, but he would also be rewarded. The elimination of demon lords was an important part of the ecological chain of the bottomless abyss. The one who killed the demon lord could also inherit part of the other party's strength, army, and territory. Their overall strength would soar like a rocket. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, Graz-Zt replied confidently to Helmuter's question. I have 3 times the territory of other demon lords, and 100 times more spies than you. As my old enemy, I will naturally keep an eye on Buffett's situation and detect his signs of activity. This time, he thought he did it secretly, but he still can't escape my grasp. As expected of the great senior who is about to become the Demon Prince. Your foresight is far beyond my generation, Helmuter first complimented, and then carefully asked, "So, how do you want to cooperate with me, and what do I need to give in return?" The Tyrant Worm's intelligence did not go offline, and he naturally knew that Six-Fingered would not let him take all the benefits for himself. But even if he had to give away a part of the benefits, as long as he could kill Buffett's real body in the Acid Fog Canyon, he would still gain a lot as the demon lord of this plane. Compared to the previous losses, it was not even worth mentioning. His little thoughts could not escape Graz-Zt's eyes. The worm took the bait. The Dark Prince was secretly delighted, but there was no reaction on his face. He was very good at controlling his expression. You can use your full strength in the Acid Fog Canyon. Graz-Zt knew that he had to give him confidence. That's why I chose to cooperate with you. At the same time, I can create an opportunity for you to ambush Buffett and restrict him so that his real body can only use 30% of his strength. If you have any doubts, we can sign a Styx oath. No, I'm not doubting your sincerity, but it's a good thing to sign an oath so that I can give you some guarantees. After all, I can't let you work for nothing. Helmuter was relieved when he heard that they could sign a Styx oath. He also took the opportunity to ask Graz-Zt what he wanted. After killing that stupid cow, you can choose your spoils first. Graz-Zt stretched out 2 fingers and said seriously, I want his army and territory, and you can inherit part of his power and the favor that the will of the abyss will give you. How about it? Isn't it fair? The Tyrant Worm almost fainted when he heard that. The Dark Prince had taken away more than 2/3 of the benefits just by saying that, but he was also more relieved. After all, if Six-Fingered had acted magnanimous, the Tyrant Worm would have raised his guard and wondered if the Dark Prince had some other plans. Unfortunately, he could not guess Graz Zt's real thoughts. Only the weak would choose, and the strong would take everything. Chapter 558. Buffett was very frustrated, and even a little discouraged. After being a demon lord for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable canon mage. Not only was there no spell slot restriction like normal spellcasters, but there also seemed to be no need to chant spells or use casting materials. Even the great arcanists he had faced before weren't so difficult to deal with. If someone asked, "Why don't you try close combat?" Buffett could make the questioner's face full of negative energy. Other spellcasters, the most bizarre thing about them was that they had a better physique like Elminster, or that they could cast a black staff spell on their magic staff. But Keyes didn't seem like a mage at all. He wasn't holding a magic staff, but a hammer. The key was the power of the hammer. The Tauren King had experienced it firsthand. One of his avatars had been destroyed by it, so he didn't have the confidence to quickly win if he closed in. He could still dodge some of the spells now, but if he closed in on Keyes and couldn't finish him off in 2 or 3 moves, then he would really be in danger of being hit in the face by the spells. All in all, Buffett was currently fighting in a very aggrieved manner. I can't go on like this. Once again, he avoided the intermittent phantom killer and decisively chose to retreat first. Ironwall Bull. Following the activation of his ultimate spell-like spell, a shield wall made up of 13 layers of thick, giant bull demon skin appeared in front of him out of thin air. The thick cowhide shield helped Buffett withstand the bombardment of spells, and Buffett was able to gain a brief moment of respite. Then he turned the machete in his hand and suddenly swiped it backwards, pulling out a magic item hidden in the hilt, Kohler's flickering dagger. This was a life-saving item for the Tauren King. As long as he could not be attacked for 3 breaths, he could use this dagger to jump 2,000 yards away. Using this magic item to jump wasn't restricted by spells like Dimensional Anchor or Dimensional Interference. At the same time, there wouldn't be any spatial fluctuations. It was very suitable for escape and surprise attacks. Therefore, when Keyes blasted open that iron wall bull, Buffett had already disappeared without a trace. In order to guard against the opponent's sneak attack, the young blue dragon released his own perception and discovered that Buffett had already run to the outskirts of the intestine of the city. Just as he was about to give chase, he sensed that the other party had used an advanced teleportation spell to escape from New Boom Town. Damn it! Keyes stomped his foot fiercely, causing large cracks to appear on the ground. He immediately used a spell to send a message to Shay, who was controlling Traction City. Release all the Clockwork Scouts. Make sure there are no demon remnants hiding in the fortress. Following his order, the entire Traction City became bustling. In addition to investigating the demon remnants, a large number of laborers were temporarily transferred to the intestine of the city to clean up the ravaged intestine. As for Buffett, after leaving the New Boom Town, he immediately ordered the remaining Minotaurs to retreat towards the direction of the Broken Canyon and prepare to set up a defensive perimeter. However, the Minotaur King seemed to have forgotten that the group of demon worms was currently under his jurisdiction. He did not care about the lives of those guys at all. Those unruly guys can be used as cannon fodder to buy some time. After leaving the New Boom Town, Buffett hurried all the way without using advanced teleportation spells. He wanted to take the opportunity to recover some of his injuries and see if there was a suitable place for an ambush. If the huge mobile fortress was activated, it would be unstoppable. Although the terrain of the Broken Canyon area would be helpful, after this battle, he no longer dared to underestimate Keyes' strength. The original battle plan was still somewhat insecure. His sturdy hooves stepped on the loose ground, leaving deep footprints. He thought as he walked. After the volcanic eruptions in the past few days, the sky of the entire Acid Fog Canyon had become gloomy. At this time, there was even a drizzle falling. The volcanic ash on the ground and the acid rain mixed together to form a continuous swamp. Many acid fogworms emerged from the ground, drinking the acidic liquid in big mouthfuls. Not long after, as more and more acid fogworms gathered, drinking the acid was no longer enough to satisfy their appetite. So they began to hunt each other, relying on their own kind to satisfy their appetite. Squeak, Buffett, who was too busy thinking to look at the path under his feet, stepped on two fat worms. The exploding insect juice splashed high into the air, spraying the demon lord's body with a sour stench. Perhaps attracted by the smell, more and more acid fogworms began to gather around the Minotaur King. They even dared to attack. This angered the demon lord, who was in a bad mood. All worms deserve to die. Buffett swung his machete, slashing again and again. Soon, the acid fogworms around him were all chopped into meat paste. However, the sour smell on his body became thicker and thicker because of this, even attracting many low-level demon worms with some intelligence. The Minotaur King, who was full of anger, did not care whether the demon worms provoked him or not. He treated them all equally. All of you die without using any special ability. Purely wanting to vent the resentment in his heart, Buffett swung his machete and slashed at the demon worms. As he killed, some of the demon worms gradually overcame their fear of the demon lord. Like the acid fogworms without intelligence, they began to attack the Minotaur King without regard for their lives. The situation gradually deviated to an uncontrollable chaotic situation. More and more demon worms gathered around Buffett. Due to the worm tyrant's previous order, these guys should have obeyed his orders. But now, every worm demon's eyes were red with killing. They regarded this demon lord in front of them as an enemy and brazenly fought with their lives in exchange for injuries. Their boundless enthusiasm for battle was even more blazing than when they faced Bateau's army. The situation is not right. Although he liked to fight, Buffett was not a brainless brute. He gradually realized that there might be some problems. Those demon worms should not be so crazy, and they should not have gathered so many of them so suddenly. That damn worm, it might want to take the opportunity to harm me. Soon, he thought of the most reasonable explanation. In fact, his guess was correct, but it took him a little too long to figure it out. Chapter 5:59. As the rain continued to fall, Buffett held his machete in front of his chest and stared cautiously at the worm demons that were cowering in fear. He had just sent a message to the half-demon minotaurs, asking them to come to his aid. Standing on the small mound, the Tauren King looked disdainfully at the group of worm demons in front of him and roared loudly, "I was wrong before. You really have the guts to attack the demon lord. That worm is over there. Tell him to come out and see me." Just as Buffett was speaking, many acid mist worms crawled out from the ground and formed a group of worms in front of him. He was covered in acid mist worms that stuck their heads out, wriggling like pale and thirsty waves. "There are many of us. We are walking disasters. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the sharp machete chopped down on his head. This disgusting high-ranking worm demon instantly exploded like a balloon, the majestic and turbulent negative energy instantly annihilating every acid mist worm in his body. "You talk too much," Buffett said disdainfully. He propped the machete on the ground again and shook off the flesh and blood of the worms on it. He knew very well how to intimidate a group of demons. It was a necessary lesson for a demon lord. It was clear that his actions had an effect on the other devil worms as well. In the face of such a ferocious and powerful existence, those who always liked to bully the weak became more and more cowardly. If it weren't for the summons of the worm tyrant, they would have chosen to retreat by now. Every second, they stood here was torture to their nerves. These worm demons and Buffett confronted each other for a moment, and a large, dark cloud suddenly began to press down on the ground from the horizon. It was a group of half-demon minotaurs with wings. After receiving the summons of the Minotaur King, this group of guys gave up on the counterattack position they were building and rushed directly to the target location sent by their ruler. Seeing that his subordinates had begun to gather around him, although Buffett didn't show any reaction on the surface, his tense nerves were slightly relieved. After all, he had used his true body and not an ordinary avatar to come to the acid fog canyon plane. If he was careless and died here, he might not be able to resurrect even if he was prepared. After all, the Tauren King still had many enemies in the bottomless abyss. For example, the Knoll King Yeenagu, the Dark Prince Graz Zt, and even the Frost Giant King Kostchurch all coveted his wild identity ability. If he died here, the situation would become extremely dangerous, so he couldn't afford to lose. With the arrival of the half-demon minotaurs, Buffett immediately commanded them to form a temporary defensive formation. He did not contact his ally Stim, the god of virtual games, and instead directly prepared to open the Otherworld Gate. Now, he no longer had any illusions about the Acid Fog Canyon. This demon lord only hoped to return to his eternal labyrinth as soon as possible. As for the enmity between him and Keys, since he didn't have a lifespan limit, he could wait for a while and come up with a better plan before taking his revenge. And the prerequisite for revenge was that he could continue to live. Although he appeared to be arrogant on the surface, he was actually very anxious and only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, based on the current situation, he wasn't really at his wit's end. Since Stim had removed the seal on the Acid Fog Canyon, he didn't have to use the labyrinth as much as before. He only needed to build an Otherworld Gate to lead the Tauren army away. Now, Buffett's only worry was whether the half-demon minotaurs could resist the attack of the demon worms while he was building the Otherworld Gate. After all, as the Bane of Worms had said, they had a large number of worms. But it didn't seem to be a big problem at the moment, because Buffett had temporarily intimidated the swarm with his massacre. Unless he's running away, stop him. In the midst of the demon worms, a few more Bane of Worms suddenly appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, they released the pheromones they obtained from the tyrant worm, causing all the demon worms to fall into a violent and fearless mood. The stalemate was broken in an instant. The ordinary demon worms had no way to go against the will of their creator. They stopped retreating and charged at the half-demon minotaurs who were waiting for them. This time, with the Bane of Worms in the middle commanding the attack, besides advancing on the ground, the demon worms either launched a swift attack from the sky or underground. Slaughter those worms. Seeing that the situation was worsening, Buffett immediately ordered the half-demon minotaurs to organize a defense. At the same time, he reminded his subordinates to not blindly fight with numbers. Maintain the formation, don't be separated by them. After receiving the order, the half-demon minotaurs immediately carried it out. From this point of view, they were much stronger than the purebred demons. At least they knew how to obey orders. And Buffett's orders were soon proven correct. The demon worms were indeed organized to divide their opponents, and then use their advantage in numbers to annihilate them. But the half-demon minotaurs didn't give them the chance to do so. This group of sturdy half-demon creatures could even crush some of the mid-ranked demon worms in terms of strength. Plus, there were at least 3 or 4 of them standing back to back, so when facing the demon worms, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. No matter if it was the demon worms on the ground, in the sky, or underground, as long as they encountered the half-demon minotaurs, they would quickly be destroyed, and they were also restraining their urge to kill. Not only did they not rush into the area where the worms were concentrated, but the small groups also consciously moved closer to each other. These damn worms, but it's fine, we just need to wait for a while, and the otherworld gate will be formed. Buffett thought viciously as he looked at the two sides that were in a stalemate. Then he issued a new order: gather the tribe's elite warriors and begin to slowly retreat to this highland. Don't be stingy. With your spell-like abilities, we don't need to wait too long. In his calculations, although the half-demon minotaurs were performing well, there was no need to waste energy to take them all away. In a pragmatic spirit, Buffett planned to only take the most elite of them. He would leave the rest of the half-demon minotaurs here and give the worm a fierce surprise. Chapter 560. It was undeniable that the number of worm demons did have a crushing advantage. After all, the half-demon minotaurs were not like Kiza's new boomtown. They were only made of flesh and blood. Therefore, in the face of the worm seat tactic, they could only hold on for a while. As the intermediate and high-level worm demons joined the battle one after another, the pressure on the half-demon minotaurs gradually increased. They soon became somewhat weak, and their casualties began to gradually increase. Without needing Buffett's order, the elite minotaurs who were in charge of the other half-demon minotaurs took the initiative to retreat. They led the team step by step to the top of the small hill. Master, an exceptionally strong half-demon minotaur, flapped his wings and landed beside the Minotaur King. He anxiously asked for the latest order. Can we release the Blood Bulls? We have now lost a quarter of our men. The so-called Blood Bulls were a generous gift that Buffett wanted to leave for his allies. This gift was originally prepared to deal with Keys, but the demon lord who had been betrayed by the tyrant worm changed his mind. It was the same to give it to anyone. Anyway, it was not his territory to release the Blood Bulls. Causing chaos in the Acid Fog Canyon Plain was also in his interest in the future. Therefore, after hearing the request of the half-demon Minotaur's current chief, he nodded in agreement while operating the gate between worlds. Pay attention to the location of the release. Don't let the Blood Bulls get too close to us. After saying that, Buffett continued to concentrate on building the gate between worlds. The chief hurriedly left to carry out the order of the Minotaur King. In order to release a Blood Bull, it had to be created first. Creating a Blood Bull was not difficult, but it was not easy either. First of all, suitable auxiliary materials had to be prepared. At the same time, at least 100 half-demon minotaurs had to offer all their blood. At present, the number of half-demon minotaurs who had died in battle was sufficient, and the auxiliary materials were all prepared. The essence of the blood demon, the venom gland of the three-headed viper, the dry cuticle of Jupiter, the half-demon minotaur's chief, mixed all the auxiliary materials together according to the ratio. While mixing the auxiliary materials, he was also reciting the spell that Buffett had taught him. From time to time, the spell would be mixed with the names of some half-demon minotaurs. Those were the warriors who had died in battle. After finishing his preparations, the chieftain flew into the sky under the protection of several elite warriors. He aimed for a moment and found a place where there were more corpses of the half-demon minotaurs. He threw the potion bottle that was rippling with strange energy. When the bottle hit the ground, it broke into pieces, and the liquid inside immediately splashed onto the corpses. The liquid was very corrosive. The piled-up corpses quickly dissolved into a pool of blood and began to flow to the surroundings, dragging the corpses of the half-demon minotaurs whose true names had been incanted into it. By the time the fiends discovered the abnormality, the pool of blood had already expanded to several hundred meters in diameter. The blood was constantly churning, as if there were countless souls crying out. Just approaching, it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. "Clean up this blood," Seeing this situation, one of the calamity bugs in charge of commanding the battle promptly issued an order for the demon worms to quickly use evocation spells to clean up the pool of blood that might continue to expand. However, his ideas soon came to naught. The pool of blood was very difficult to clean up, because the raw materials used to create the pool of blood were actually some tissue components of Tana Re Obilis and some abyssal creatures. This pool of blood had the characteristics of several demons. It was immune to acid, poison, electric shock, fire, and cold damage. What shocked the worm demons even more was that after being attacked by the spell-like attack, the blood began to shrink and finally gathered into a blood-colored bowl. However, its forehooves were much larger and looked like flippers. Blood kept dripping from the bull's body, and then it was absorbed back into the bull's body by its huge feet, and the cycle repeated. This was the Blood Bowl, a secret creature developed by Buffett. Not long after the formation was completed, it began to show its power. When it began to gallop, all the demon worms in its path involuntarily shed their skin. They were crushed into meat paste by the Blood Bowl under the intense pain all over their bodies. Then, the Blood Bowl absorbed the flesh into its body. However, this monster did not seem to distinguish between friend and foe. Even the half-demon minotaurs were absorbed without exception. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. After releasing the Blood Bowl, the half-demon minotaurs flew in front of Buffett and knelt on one knee. The Minotaur King nodded in satisfaction and praised with a loud voice. "Very good. This Blood Bowl can live for about 2 weeks. During this time, it will constantly search for life that it can devour and destroy. For a small plane like the Acid Fog Canyon, 2 weeks is enough for it to plow the earth once. Those abominable demon worms will most likely die under its heavy hooves. As for us..." Just as Buffett was speaking, the half-demon minotaurs suddenly raised their heads. "For my love, Graziti." He opened his mouth, and a cold light shot out from his throat, accurately nailing into the Minotaur King's abdomen. Large amounts of blood spurted out in an instant, causing Buffett to cry out in pain. "You traitor!" Casually waving his machete, Buffett cut down the half-demon Minotaur chieftain in one fell swoop. However, as he exerted force, the wound on his abdomen that had just healed split open once again. Large amounts of black blood flowed out. He never would have thought that his followers, who originally lived in a material plane, would be infiltrated and persuaded by Graz-Ziti to surrender. At this critical moment, Graz-Ziti actually took advantage of Buffett's relaxed vigilance to launch a sneak attack, and succeeded. Buffett's heart was filled with endless regret. He had lost all trust in the half-demon minotaurs, who were panicking because of the unforeseen event. "You bunch of useless trash, or should I say, traitors who dare to betray me." However, he was well aware of the current situation, so he did not act out immediately. Instead, he immediately adjusted the otherworld gate. He wanted to forcefully open it quickly and ignore his subordinates. He wanted to leave the Acid Fog Canyon first before anything else. However, Buffett's reaction still fell into someone else's trap. Just as he held his abdomen and cast a spell, the small hill he was on suddenly collapsed. The giant tyrant worm burrowed out of the ground and used its ring-shaped worm mouth to swallow the small hill along with Buffett and the half-demon minotaurs standing on it. Chapter 561. The surroundings were silent at first. Then there was the sound of flesh being torn apart, and the miserable howls of the half-demon Taurens rose and fell one after another. Because of his dark vision, Buffett could see everything clearly, but he had no intention of stopping it. Being swallowed by the tyrant worm, he became cautious and did not dare to be careless, standing on the soft and sticky ground. Not knowing whether it was the mouth or the stomach, the Tauren King kept trying to use the teleportation spell. You're wasting your time." When the last half-demon minotaur fell, a loud and deep voice suddenly sounded. Hemtar, who was dripping with blood all over his body, appeared. "Of course, I can understand that you're struggling like a cornered beast." Buffett did not say a word. It was the first time that he did not immediately launch a fierce counterattack after being ridiculed. But now he really did not want to fight. Whether it was the location or the injuries on his body, it allowed him to keep his sanity. However, Helmuter was not ready to let him go, and the other party obviously liked to see him suffer. No one can use the teleportation spell here, not even a great divine power. The dragon's body stared fiercely at Buffett, as if recalling all the unpleasantness that had happened between them. "This is my territory, and I have my say." Little worm. After trying for a long time, the Tauren king, who already knew that it was hopeless to escape, squinted at Helmuter and mocked, "Who do you think you are to talk about territory with me?" He raised his machete and rushed towards the other party. Labyrinth banishing spell. This demon lord was not a brainless person. While initiating the charge, he used his best trick. As for the actions and words of preparing to fight, it was just an act for the other party. Who didn't have some acting skills these days? The huge labyrinth suddenly descended and enveloped Helmuter, who was preparing to defend against the attack. Buffett, who had successfully deceived his opponent, got a moment of respite. However, he did not immediately think of a way to escape. Instead, he covered the wound on his abdomen that had burst open again, and the blue veins on his forehead were already tight. "Damn Graz ZT," the Tauren king cursed in his heart. After being ambushed by that traitor, there was no way for his injuries to heal completely because there was a dark energy lingering in his wounds that was difficult to get rid of. This strange power was the trump card of Six-Fingered. Even though Buffett was a veteran demon lord, he did not dare to say that he was a match for the Prince of Darkness. In fact, although he had roughly guessed how to completely eliminate this force, the current conditions did not allow him to do so. After all, his labyrinth was only a manifestation of a part of the eternal labyrinth. It could only restrain Helmutar for a short period of time, but it definitely could not trap the incarnation of the tyrant worm forever. Buffett wasn't sure if Helmutar would be able to break through the labyrinth when he cut open his chest and pulled out all his internal organs to clean them with negative energy. If that was really the case, then he would definitely not be able to survive. Therefore, the Tauren king could only use some methods of treating the symptoms, but not the root cause, using healing spells and his own self-healing energy to temporarily seal the wound. After escaping the acid fog canyon and returning to his own territory, he would do a more thorough treatment. But just as he swung his machete and wanted to use physical methods to cut open the abdomen of the tyrant worm to open up an escape route, the manifestation of the eternal labyrinth that he summoned suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The labyrinth is always a small trick. Helmutar reappeared, his body still stained with the remains of some monster's limbs. Obviously, there had been many battles in the labyrinth. As long as you stick to a wall, you can always walk out. It turned out that after Graz ZT signed the Styx contract with him, the Prince of Darkness also gave him some pointers. He told the tyrant worm how to break through Buffett's tricks, including how to escape from the labyrinth. After falling into the labyrinth, Helmutar immediately used the skills taught by Six-Fingered. No matter which direction he went, no matter what kind of battle he encountered, he always stuck to a wall and finally walked out of the labyrinth by force. Your trick is over. Let's see what I'm capable of. Spell Extreme. Acid-bursting worm nest. Helmutar stretched out a finger, and 4 or 5 tower-shaped flesh nests suddenly appeared beside Buffett. These nests did not crawl in and out of the acid fogworms, but they were filled with the digestive fluid secreted by the tyrant worm's body. Even though the Tauren king had jumped a long distance away, The digestive fluid sprayed out from the flesh nest still stained his body. Even if he cast the spell limited damage immunity on himself in time, a layer of his skin was still peeled off by the strong acid. Many parts of his body's hair and skin became festered and fell off. The intense pain stimulated Buffett's nerves, making him involuntarily scream. At this point, the Tauren king was completely enraged. His eyes instantly became blood red. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy." Immediately after, this demon lord's body began to swell, and within a few breaths, Buffett had become as large as the gigantic bull demon, the largest of them all. As he exhaled through his mouth and nose, condensed negative energy wrapped around his body, forming an airtight barrier. The machete in his hand also increased in size, looking like it could even split a mountain. "Die!" The raging Tauren king swung his machete and fiercely slashed at Helmut Tar, who was constantly attacking him with spells. The two demon lords instantly entered into a fierce melee and spell battle, with no intention of holding back. They would not stop until one of them was dead. To be honest, when it came to direct confrontation, Helmut Tar was really no match for Buffett. The tyrant worm's dragon subbody was cut many times in a short period of time. There were not many intact places left on its body, and it was badly mutilated everywhere. However, he grew on the tip of the tyrant worm's tongue, so he could share the terrifying vitality of this giant worm. The tyrant worm's main body had the absolute home advantage in the acid fog canyon, so he could still hold on for a while. On the other hand, although Buffett seemed to have the upper hand, he knew his own situation. Ever since the Tauren king mobilized all his power to fight, he no longer had the time to suppress the dark energy in his body. Graziti's insidious plot had caused his organs to rapidly deteriorate. Now he was actually enduring intense pain with every movement he made. Comparing the two, Buffett was actually in a very disadvantageous situation. He was getting more and more anxious. In the end, due to his mistake, Helmut Tar seized the opportunity and broke through the layer of negative energy defense. He drilled into the Tauren king's giant mouth and poured a large amount of digestive fluid down his throat. Chapter 562. Buffett clutched his neck tightly with one hand, while the other hand held a machete, desperately slashing at the tyrant worm's tongue that was delivering digestive fluid. In addition, he also used his sharp teeth to bite Hemtar, who was hanging on his face. But the tyrant worm's dragon subbody was like a face hugger. It wouldn't let go once it grabbed the face of its prey, accompanied by a guloo sound. A large amount of digestive fluid seemed to be inexhaustible as it desperately drilled into the Tauren king's throat. He had no choice but to give up on biting. He clenched his teeth and tried to stop it, but the strong corrosive fluid gradually penetrated the demon lord's hard teeth and forced its way in. After holding on for a while, Buffett finally couldn't withstand the pain caused by his intestines being torn apart. He weakly knelt on the ground with the plot, and the movement of the machete slashing at the tyrant worm's tongue gradually became slower and weaker. What was more frightening was that as the spell effect on his body disappeared, his body began to return to its original size. The digestive fluid that was poured in not only corroded his internal organs, but also began to corrode his muscles and bones from the inside out, flowing along his blood vessels to his brain. After a while, the body of the Tauren king went completely limp. The digestive fluid came out from his orifices, and his eyes had been corroded into 2 holes. Because his body became smaller, Hemtar was now unable to hang on his face, so he could only use his arm to penetrate Buffett's throat. Horn's secret skill. 1,000 clusters of murderous intent. Before his consciousness dissipated, the unwilling Buffett brazenly activated his secret skill, vowing to drag the tyrant worm to destruction. His horns that had not been corroded suddenly burst, and like branches, they grew wantonly to the surroundings. The material of the horns was comparable to the hardest metal, and the sharp tip had spiral fine teeth. The growth of these horns was very terrifying, and soon it spread into a forest of horns. The first to bear the brunt was Hemtar. He was the closest to the explosion point, so he directly suffered a fate similar to death by 1,000 cuts. As for the situation of the tyrant worm's main body, one could imagine the scene of a fishbone stuck in one's throat while eating fish. Furthermore, the fishbone was the kind that was entangled and constantly expanding. The giant worm rolled on the ground in pain, but the more it did so, the more damage the spikes in its body would cause. Some of the spikes had even pierced through his skin. Many fine bone spikes drilled out of the tyrant worm's body. But even so, at least he was still alive, which was much better than Buffett, who had perished in body and soul. Furthermore, he had successfully slaughtered another demon lord. The vast abyssal will immediately reacted. Because the abyss was pleased by this, the tyrant worm's reward soon followed. Its body suddenly grew a little bigger, and the digestive fluid in its body became a lot stronger. The spikes began to soften and dissolve slowly, and only the exposed surface was preserved. At first, Graz-Zeit had been prepared to reap the benefits, but when he sensed that the abyssal power had begun to reward the tyrant worm, the Dark Prince could only curse his bad luck. Then he chose to leave first. After all, just like Buffett, the acid fog canyon was not his territory. Perhaps, after the tyrant worm had tasted the sweetness of killing a demon lord, it would also have designs on him. Graz-Zeit did not want to gamble on his own character. At the same time, he also understood the principle of benefits only belong to oneself. Now, he just wanted to quickly return to his own plane and send an army to take over Buffett's army and territory. At the same time, in Traction City, Keyes also felt the abyssal will's sudden arrival. Or rather, he received a report from his subordinates. The Yazzie beasts were very sensitive to the abyssal power, so they immediately reported it to Keyes. To be honest, Keyes was now very curious. He also wanted to find out what was going on. However, the situation did not allow him to do so. The reason was simple. He had to keep an eye on the blood of the abyssal god, Zeus Kerr. When Buffett had escaped from New Boom Town, he hadn't been able to chase after him for the same reason. The blood of the abyssal god was like a ticking time bomb. It was the same for Keyes and Keyes's enemies. Therefore, he could not give up on this thing at the moment. After all, it was still very useful in his future plans. Hopefully, the favorability from the abyssal will is still useful. Otherwise, if that existence comes to deal with me, I will definitely die. Sitting in the audience room, Keyes secretly calculated in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he roughly understood some of the key issues. So, he immediately used a spell to send a message to Shay. Traction City, full speed ahead. Directly break through the semi-finished defensive line built by the devil worms. Do not stay. After some tidying up, the mess that Buffett had created was almost cleaned up. Furthermore, since there was no need to dismantle Bardo Fortress and recover resources, those damaged factories that could be melted back into the furnace, and those that could not be melted back were all dumped out. Now, there was a lot of space in the intestine of the city. The Legion of Devils, who had been following Traction City outside the city, had the opportunity to stop and rest there. In addition, without the resistance of the organized Devil Worm army, the speed of Traction City's advance was naturally a little faster. In just 2 or 3 hourglasses, the mobile fortress had advanced to the semi-finished defensive line built by the Devil Worms. There, dozens of General Bator, who led the stealth team, had cleared out a safe passage. A wedge-shaped ram was lowered in front of Traction City. The engine in the core area increased its power, and the heavy tracks crushed deep grooves in the ground. The fortress aimed at the defensive line made by the devil worms, which was made of earth and stone, and crashed straight into it. Rumble, accompanied by bursts of stone debris and a deafening sound. New Boom Town passed through the defensive line in an unparalleled manner. It did not make any stops. It just opened up a few entrances for the stealth team to return, and then it left straight away. The devil worms who stayed behind saw this situation and wanted to give chase, but they did not dare to. They could only temporarily gather and wait for the arrival of the tyrant worm. Then they would make a decision. After Traction City received the stealth team, it blew its horn. The jet of steam even condensed into a few dark clouds. Soon, it began to drizzle in the sky. Target, Acid Fog Canyon. Keys firmly ordered. It was as cold as ice. Chapter 563. Keyes had his own thoughts as to why the location of the final battle would be the Shattered Canyon. He had once studied the terrain of the Acid Fog Canyon plain and discovered that it was not only the center of the plain, but also the birthplace of the tyrant worm. When the Devil Army attacked the Acid Fog Canyon plain, they did a very detailed investigation of the plain's ecosystem. However, there was one thing that the Devils couldn't understand even after much thought. Even though the acid fog worms were all over the plain, the Devils could not find the spawning grounds of these creatures even after digging deep into the Earth's core and exploring many small acid lakes. It was important to know that the acid fog worms could not be born out of thin air. If the tyrant worm really had the ability to create creatures similar to the abyssal worms, it would be a waste to give him the title of Demon Prince. After eliminating a series of guesses, the Devils came up with a guess that was closest to the truth. That was, creatures like the acid fog worms were born in the same place before spreading to the entire plain on their own. In addition, after dissecting and studying many devil worms, the Devils found that the mature acid fog worms had a similar region in their brains that caused them to migrate like fish. The destination of their migration was the Shattered Canyon, which was probably the spawning ground of the acid fog worms. Because the Devils wanted to completely destroy this race, Bader's expeditionary army set the Shattered Canyon as their final target. Otherwise, if they only wanted to kill the tyrant worm, with the Devil's nature of being fond of scheming, they would most likely choose to lure it out and get rid of it instead of attacking its nest directly. The price to pay for the latter was much higher than the former. It was just that the price to do so was predictable. After all, the tyrant worm had been preparing for many years and was about to completely transform into a divine creature. Once it became him, its clergy would most likely include the acid fog worms as a suspected god of a race. If the race was not completely wiped out, even if the tyrant worm was killed, it could still be resurrected through some means. If that happened, the Devils would still have to face the threat of the tyrant worm in the future, and the possible losses would be unpredictable. The starting point of quests and Bardo coincided with each other. After all, the enmity between him and the tyrant worm was deep, and there was no room for compromise. As far as Keyes was concerned, he naturally hoped that the other party would die as thoroughly as possible. That was why Traction City was rushing towards the Shattered Canyon at full speed. He had already prepared 2 surprises for the tyrant worm and Stim a pair of trump cards. Keyes believed that even if he could not completely kill this demon lord, he could at least severely injure him. Now that the seal on the Acid Fog Canyon dimension had disappeared, Tiamat would probably descend soon. As long as the tyrant worm was seriously injured, he would not be able to escape death. The tracks of the New Boom Town rotated and left 2 deep ravines on the loose ground. In the sky, it continued to drizzle, making the ground even more muddy and difficult to walk on. in order to prevent the tracks from slipping. Shea specially led the craftsmen to add ridges to increase grip. If this traction city is used to dig trenches, it would be too convenient. All we need to do is walk a certain distance. A few barbed demon guards standing on the bottom deck chatted casually. After the fierce battle with the tyrant worm, they were all resting. Like them, including the members of the stealth team, the combat forces in the New Boom town were also taking the time to rest. According to the broadcast from the communication loudspeaker, they would arrive at the shattered canyon in about 10 hourglasses. The young blue dragon did not have the time to rest. In order to be able to realize his extermination plan, he had to make more preparations. Mobilize the resources needed for the production of the Golem workshop, arrange for the various combat forces to replenish the organization, control the stable operation of the mice energy nucleus, and personally perfect the surprise that was about to be given to the tyrant worm. In the secret workshop, in the core area, Keyes kept hammering and hammering, carving complicated magic circles on the triangular bronze plates. There were a total of 20 of these bronze plates, and he still needed 2 more to finish. When all of them were completed, these bronze plates would form a 20-sided container to hold the drop of God's blood. The container that Keyes made was essentially a delayed triggering device, and at the same time, a trap. In the previous battle, plus the cleanup of the labor camp, Keyes had collected many souls of half-demons, minotaurs, and mortal villains from other planes. Other than a few scraps that would be made into soul prisms, the remaining souls that were more complete would be sealed in these 20 bronze plates. The magic circles carved on the bronze plates had the effect of amplifying soul waves. Although there were only a few thousand souls sealed in them, the waves transmitted through the blood of the god's blood would make Zeus Kerr think that there were no less than 1 million mortals gathered here. Annihilation of souls of such a scale was an irresistible temptation for the god's blood. Zeus Kerr would definitely choose to descend at the first opportunity. When the time came, this 20-sided container would become a weapon with power comparable to Big Ivan. As long as it was thrown into the shattered canyon and waited for the god's blood to descend, the tyrant worm would have to fight Zeus Kerr and try its best to expel or kill the god's blood if it did not want its base, the acid mist worms, to be extinct. Keyes could then sit back and reap the benefits. Hence, Traction City could not be too slow. After the 20-sided container was made, it had to be thrown into the shattered canyon as soon as possible. At the same time, Traction City could not be too fast. It would be best if it could wait for the tyrant worm to arrive at the shattered canyon. When it was thrown in, the 2 fellows would have a more intense battle. After the mass destruction weapon was thrown in, Traction City would become a shelter to help Keyes' army resist the extreme cold. Hence, in these 10 hourglasses as the #1 engineer in New Boom Town, Shea only had one job, and that was to install various anti-freezing measures for the mobile fortress. In addition, the managers of the other departments in New Boom Town were also busy. The ogre in charge of logistics had to personally supervise the preparation of fuel and inject a special anti-freezing fluid. The witch Dr. Paru and the half-goat apothecary Pooh led the apothecary team to work at full strength to prepare potions to treat frostbite and resist the extreme cold. The desert elf Brock was distributing winter clothing. Chapter 564. They're here. Enemy attack. The enemy is here. Because many of the demon worms had advanced teleportation abilities, they quickly transmitted the situation of the battle with Traction City back to the Broken Canyon. When the moving fortress appeared on the horizon, the demon worms stationed in the Broken Canyon were all alarmed. Between the craggy rocks, the demon worms appeared one after another. There were so many of them that almost none of the devil worms that appeared later had a place to stay. In order to guard against a sneak attack like before, the remaining cataclysmic bugs gathered together. They commanded the demon worms to build defensive facilities at a speed visible to the naked eye. They used the secreted shellac as a glue and poured it into the piles of gravel, forming sharp cones more than 20 feet tall. Looking down from the sky, it was as if a large rock forest was rapidly growing on the land. Some demon worms were digging desperately underground. They dug out soil and stones to build sharp cones, and then poured mud into the holes dug out. As long as they applied a little pressure, the ground would collapse and form quagmires. The fiend worms had thought of all sorts of ways to deal with the mountain-like mobile fortress. They didn't want to let it near the broken canyon at all, because this was the breeding ground of the acid mist worm race. Unlike other demons, when the demon worms were faced with a threat to their population, a specific area in their brain would be activated. They would suppress their selfish thoughts and do their best to protect the interests of the worm tyrant or the acid mist worm race. At this moment, the chaotic and evil race of the acid mist worms actually had a trace of order. It had to be said that the result was somewhat ironic. What was even more ironic was that their efforts to deviate from the camp didn't actually hinder the advance of Traction City. Faced with the muddy puddles one after another, many spellcasters with magic staffs walked out of Traction City. Under the protection of the armed personnel, they began to cast the Mud to Rock spell on the muddy puddles without stopping. With the help of the Mice Energy Core, these spellcasters didn't need to use their spell slots to cast spells. They only needed to take out their magic staffs to solve the problem. It did not take long for the mud swamp, which the demons had placed their hopes on, to become a broad road paved with granite. The trenches left behind by the caterpillar were much shallower than usual. As for the sand cones condensed from shellac, it was not the spellcaster's turn to deal with them. The hydraulic transmission device in front of the city was activated, and a wedge-shaped ram made of cast iron was lowered. The engine then increased the horsepower and crashed straight into the city. Under the surging power of the mobile stronghold, as long as the ram plowed through those sharp cones, it would brake without exception, unable to cause any hindrance to the rotating track. Seeing this situation, the cataclysmic worms commanding the fiend worms felt a headache coming on. Although the tyrant worm was on its way, it was still too far away to quench its immediate thirst. They estimated that it would take at most a third of an hourglass for Traction City to reach the vicinity of Shattered Canyon. At that time, it would most likely launch an intensive bombardment like it did on the battlefield before. There was no need for too many of them. With just a dozen or so volleys, the palace that the tyrant worm had been operating for many years would be blasted into smithereens. Moreover, the acid mist worm incubation cave hidden under the palace would also suffer severe damage. What about that dwarf? As an ally of the great master, isn't it time for him to stop the enemy? I've already sent someone to seek an audience with that so-called god, but the despicable him refused our request, saying that it was against the rules. What's more, he even sealed the palace gates without permission, and announced that any demon worm that dares to disturb him would be killed. That's right. That's why he's so despicable. He refused our request, saying that it was against the rules. What's more, he even sealed the palace gates without permission, and announced that any demon worm that dares to disturb him would be killed. Cowardly god! Treacherous bastard! We won't let that dwarf go. Enough! While the cataclysmic worms were raging and cursing, the largest first-generation cataclysmic worms stood out and stopped the clamor of his kind. His face, which was covered in green acid mist worms, showed an extremely ferocious expression, as if he was about to devour someone. All of you, shut up! Now, immediately, send out all the mature fiend worms. Even if we have to use their flesh and blood to build a wall, We must stop that fortress from approaching Shattered Canyon. If they fail, then we will open the palace's defensive lock. Don't fear death. If we fail, the tyrant will punish us even more horrifying than death." As he finished speaking, all the cataclysmic worms fell silent. Although these high-ranked fiend worms were ferocious and crazy, they were not without intelligence, so they understood that what their kind said was very true. After a short moment of consideration, all the cataclysmic worms pulled out pink acid mist worms from their bodies, hurriedly issued their orders, and then threw them to the ground. On the front line, the pink acid mist worms advanced without any hindrance. They found other high-ranked fiend worms and then drilled into their bodies as if they were parasites. The middle and high-grade abyss devils immediately went crazy. They began to drive the other fiend worms and launched an all-out assault on the advancing Traction City. Yes, it was an all-out assault. There was no blind spot. The fiend worms surrounded New Prosperity Town from all directions. Even if they were bombarded by artillery, even if they were killed by the golems released from the city, even if they were turned into dregs by those terrible spells, they still wanted to break into the interior of the mobile fortress. Some low-ranked fiend worms that parasitized the bodies of dretches did not have the ability to break through, so they crazily rushed to the tracks of Traction City. These guys desperately squeezed their bodies into the gaps of the tracks and the bearings of the drive wheels, trying to block these devices with their flesh and bones to create an opportunity for the other fiend worms to break through. If you had done this earlier, you might have won last time. Standing at the top of the tower of the Shattered Canyon Palace, Stim stared at the Traction City that was being attacked by the fiend worms. He frowned deeply. But why did my prophecy spell lose its effect? I can only see a foggy future. Why do I feel some lingering fear? Chapter 565. In the plain of the Acid Fog Canyon, along two parallel ravines, a huge worm was wriggling forward. Every time it curled up and stretched its body, it would move forward by thousands of yards. The tyrant worm was burning with anxiety. He had just been rewarded by the will of the abyss, and he had not even fully digested the abyssal origin energy that had entered his body. But there was a problem in the Shattered Canyon, and he had to rush back as soon as possible. After all, it was his base, and he could not afford to lose it. Damn Buffett, as expected of the Tauren King. He only knows how to boast. The tyrant worm's dragon subbody, Helmet, roared loudly, as if relieving the pent-up frustration in his heart. Previously, Buffett had taken the initiative to take away the command of the demon worm, but in the end, he still could not resist the attack of Traction City. There was no need for the tyrant worm to show any respect to the fellow who had already died in its stomach, even if the other party was a demon lord of the same rank as itself. In the bottomless abyss, it was true that the winners were nobles, and the rewards were even greater. As for the losers, those fellows would not even have the chance to turn into a pile of shit. But no matter how much Helmet cursed, and no matter how agile the tyrant worm was, they could only use this inefficient method to move forward. Because the abyssal origin energy in his body had not been fully absorbed, he could use teleportation spells quickly, but there might be some problems after the teleportation. It was better to absorb the abyssal origin energy as quickly as possible. Although the tyrant worm cherished the Shattered Canyon that he had managed for nearly 10,000 years, he also trusted the defensive capabilities of the place. At the very least, all the cataclysmic worms under his command were currently gathered there. With so many high-tier demons holding the line, even if the opponents were the Bator Expeditionary Army and the hateful young Blue Dragon, they would probably be able to resist for a while. When I get to the battlefield, I will definitely make you. The tyrant worm silently calculated in his heart, imagining that he could appear in an invincible manner and then crush the entire battlefield. But reality did not go as he wished. While he was moving forward, he soon received a message from the cataclysmic worms. The situation in the shattered canyon had become very critical, and the Bator Expeditionary Army had advanced to the edge of the palace. The new boom town ruled by Keyes was both an indestructible spear and an impregnable shield. Even if the demon worms had become crazy and tried to use their lives to delay the advance of the mobile stronghold, the fierce artillery fire, the Golem army that constantly released the Golem army, and the Botwar Legion that resisted in the form of organized squads, made their sacrifice ineffective. The intermediate and high-grade demon worms did not make any contribution. On the contrary, the low-grade demon worms that parasitized on the weak Dretch and other weak Tana Lee's stupid tactic of sacrificing themselves to block the driving wheels caused some trouble for the new boom town. Shay had to let the combat troops protect the craftsmen to dredge the pipes and gears that were blocked by flesh and blood. Because they had to travel out of Inha City, this dredging job was extremely dangerous. Currently, most of the casualties in New Boomtown were actually the craftsmen and the combat troops protecting them. Had it not been for the lack of production of the engineering golems, all the manufacturing workshops were rushing to produce and repair the combat golems. Shay would have sent more engineering golems to replace the craftsmen. In the eyes of the chief engineer of New Boom Town, the skilled craftsmen were treasures. I request to send the golem army to protect the craftsmen. Shay, the genius craftsman, stood on the console, pushed a brass lever beside him, and connected to Keyes directly. We can't afford to lose any more craftsmen. I have calculated that we will lose one craftsman for every 30 yards we move forward. At least 500 craftsmen will be lost when we reach the predetermined location. This will exceed 1/6 of the total craftsmen in New Boom Town. We may be short of manpower for the next plan. After hearing Shay's message, Keyes pondered for a moment and then asked, if the predetermined location is changed, can the loss of the craftsmen be reduced? He explained, sending the golem army to protect the craftsmen will let the demon worms know that we value the craftsmen. As long as they have a brain, they will launch a targeted attack. Maybe we will lose more people. Shay pondered for a moment. If we can reduce the distance by half, the loss of craftsmen will not exceed 100. All right, we'll drop the anchor halfway. Leave the rest to me, Quess agreed without hesitation. After the communication, Keyes immediately prepared to fulfill his promise. Originally, he was going to use Hellscream or the steam ejection device to release the 20-sided container containing the blood of the god. But after reducing the distance by half, neither Hellscream nor the steam ejection device could reach the target. So he had to make the trip himself. I want to do one thing well. Keyes straightened his clothes and walked into the Ghostface fish, which was docked on the mooring tower. The Leviathan biological airship immediately greeted its creator. Sometimes you really have to do it yourself. When Keyes sat in the pilot's seat, he did not need to touch the control panel. Instead, he used his psionic ability to give the airship various orders. 2 tentacles reached out from the bottom of the cabin and quickly undid the mooring ropes. The biological furnace was activated, and hot air filled the air compartments of the Ghostface fish. As the airship gradually rose, the ceiling of the mooring tower slowly opened. The biological airship, which was made from the flesh and bones of the pit fiends and the cells of the Leviathan, once again soared into the skies of the Acid Fog Canyon. Activate greater invisibility. Keyes immediately gave the order, and the Ghostface fish immediately obeyed. After explaining the docking location and the key points of returning after releasing the 20-sided container, Keyes let the Leviathan biological airship fly on its own. The Ghostface fish had already activated the greater invisibility inherited from the pit fiends. Ordinary fiends would not be able to discover its existence, and even if it was discovered, the ghost-face fish had other means of retaliation. Keys now had to focus on the task at hand. He took out the soul-imprisoning flask made by the Demolix Snade, and slowly poured the souls he had collected into the 20-sided container containing the blood of the god. The souls that had been treated with a secret technique still retained a certain degree of vitality. Once they were poured into the container, they tried to escape, but the formations carved on the bronze plates blocked them all. As the souls continuously hit the bronze plates, they emitted more and more intense soul undulations. Chapter 566. This was a silent plain. The extreme cold had almost completely sealed this world in ice. The only thing that could prove that creatures had once lived here were the various ice shards scattered on the ground. They were so colorful that they looked like mosaics. There was no need to investigate what those ice shards had once been. They were just collapsed geometric shapes, nothing more. Everything in this plain was broken except for an iceberg that reached into the clouds. However, this iceberg was not crystal clear. Instead, it looked like it had been condensed from something like dark clouds or ink. From time to time, human faces could be vaguely seen within the black iceberg. Just looking at it would send chills down one's spine. Zeus Kerr, the ice abomination, nicknamed the Great Glacier, was entrenched in this material plane. Counting from the time he had escaped from the prison set up by the gods, he had been hiding in this material plane for almost 100 years. In the short span of 100 years, he had almost completely annihilated this place. Most of the intelligent creatures with souls had frozen to death, and only a small number of creatures had escaped to the depths of the earth to survive. The ice abomination did not deliberately pursue them because there were too few of them. It was tasteless to eat, but it did not feel pity to abandon them. This extremely powerful divine monster had spent all its energy for the past 10 to 20 years on communicating with the blood of the abomination that it had spread throughout the multiverse. It longed to find a plane with abundant living creatures. Then it would descend there and wipe out all the souls of those creatures. Today, the feeling that Zeus Kerr had been dreaming of for a long time finally appeared once again. From a drop of the abomination's blood, there was a violent soul fluctuation. It guessed that there was a long and drawn-out war going on there, with creatures constantly dying. That was why there was such a violent fluctuation in the soul. What surprised the ice abomination even more was that it did not sense the aura of a god from the soul fluctuation. These souls were ownerless. They were not believers of any god. Zeus Kerr had originally suspected that these souls were demons from the lower realm or elementals from the inner realm fighting to the death. However, after carefully identifying them, he was relieved. Those restless souls all had the characteristics of mortal souls, completely different from evil spirits and elemental creatures. Zeus Kerr instantly became excited. As he began to transfer his power to the drop of God's blood, the black glacier that occupied this plain gradually melted. Years later, due to the lack of resources, the mortals had no choice but to take the risk and return to the surface. They found that the climate of the entire plain was no longer so cold and cruel, so they reclaimed the plain. As for the tragic history of this place, they only left behind the phrase, Ice Age, and hurriedly glossed over it. However, they did not know that after experiencing so many twists and turns, Zeus Kerr had not forgotten about this place, and that the ice abomination could return at any time. Of course, that was a story for later. At this time, this figure was happily stepping into the trap set by Keys. Frost accompanied him to the broken canyon. When the icicles condensed and broke through the rocks, they made a crunching sound. Surrounding the abomination's blood, the Frost abomination's figure began to appear at the bottom of the canyon. The container, which was made of 20 bronze plates, had been frozen into metal powder. Inject antifreeze fuel into the engine and connect all heaters to maintain the temperature in New Boom Town. Pull the city back 15 kilometers. After throwing the container, the Ghostface fish's airbags began to propel air backward. The abrupt drop in temperature forced the biological airship to take special measures. Before they returned to New Boom Town, Keyes had already sent out orders through a spell. To be honest, he regretted not giving the order earlier. After Zeus Kerr appeared, the temperature in this region dropped as fast as free fall. Moreover, as the black iceberg slowly grew, the rate kept increasing. Standing on the top floor of the palace in the broken canyon, the god of virtual games, Stim's eyes were wide open. Divine abomination. Whether it was from the cold or fear, the dwarf god was stuttering. "We have to leave the acid fog canyon immediately, right now. The bastards here have gone mad." Stim wanted to leave, but the tyrant worm was eager to return home. The moment the frost abomination descended upon the broken canyon, the demon lord felt his heart palpitate. He could clearly sense that something was wrong in his lair. At this moment, even though there was still a small amount of abyssal origin energy that had not been fully digested, he had to take the risk and use a teleportation spell to increase his speed. Still, when he saw the ice sheet sprouting from the broken canyon with his own eyes, he was already in despair. Zeus Kerr. To prevent himself from being frozen, Helmeter covered himself with a layer of flame shield. The blazing flames wrapped around the tyrant worm's tongue. Who summoned such a terrifying thing? Are those bastards crazy? Reality proved that Keyes was not crazy. Other than the fact that the heater was activated a little late, the young blue dragon's judgment in other aspects was actually very accurate. The acid fogworm's incubation nest must be in the broken canyon. Even if the tyrant worm was really unwilling to fight a divine abomination like Zeus Kerr, he had to bite the bullet for his own core interests. Although the demon lord tried to communicate with the divine abomination and tried to persuade it to leave with other compensations if the divine abomination could be swayed, how could they be a headache for the gods? Not only was the negotiation fruitless, the tyrant worm even found that Zeus Kerr was trying to absorb his constitution during the negotiation. You're digging your own grave. The tyrant worm's body suddenly shook rapidly, dispersing all the ice on his body and interrupting the legendary ability to absorb his constitution. Then, Helmeter, as a dragon's sub-body, came out and began to cast spells against the ice and snow. Wish climate change. Extreme spell. Burning sun explosion. Because it took some time to prepare a legendary spell, Helmeter used a delaying tactic first. As an abomination, ordinary spells basically had no effect on Zeus Kerr. Only wish spells and powerful fire damage spells could break through his magic resistance and cause substantial damage to him. With the tyrant worm's energy storage ring, Helmeter cast spells as quickly as a warlock. Without chanting an incantation, the dragon's subbody quickly formed 2 hand seals with his fingers. The powerful spells were used on Zeus Kerr. Chapter 567. After being attacked, Zeus Kerr naturally would not just take the beating without fighting back. This was not the divine abomination's style. Sensing the rising temperature, a huge human face appeared on the dark glacier. He opened his mouth and spat out a gust of cold wind mixed with hailstones. The windstorm dispersed the gradually rising heat. At the same time, it smoothed out the cracks in the glacier caused by the burning sun's explosion. Take your men and rescue the incubation room. Follow the underground river at the bottom of the canyon. If there are more, transport as many eggs as you can from there. Hemtar frowned and gave the order to the cataclysmic bugs under his command. Ordinary demons were useless against a monster like Zeus Kerr. Sending them forward would only increase the number of casualties. It was better to send them to rescue the hatchery of the acid mist worms. After receiving the order, the cataclysmic bugs immediately took action. First, they used scorching rays to soften the frozen ground. Then, they got the other demons to start digging tunnels. Since the shattered canyon was occupied by Zeus Cur, they could only use this roundabout method to reach the incubation room at the bottom of the canyon. As for the tyrant worm, he was busy diverting the attention of the frost divine abomination. He could not spare any time to help the cataclysmic bugs, let alone hold the culprit responsible for all this. He could only watch as the new boom town slowly retreated into the distance, but there was nothing he could do. Oh, it's really cold here. The brawny ogre rubbed his hands and sighed. He then wrapped his walrus fur coat around himself. He was now with his brother, Blue. Since they had to ensure that fuel was supplied to the engine and heating facilities first, they were eating leftovers that had not been heated. However, the two ogres were not picky eaters. They had just led a team of cold-resistant bone demons to anti-freeze various key mechanical parts of Traction City. At this time, their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger. Therefore, even if they could only gnaw on some protein bricks, the Ogre brothers still ate with relish. Oh, that's right. But my room is fine. It's neither too cold nor too hot. Brew took a sip of honey wine to warm himself up. Then he burped again. Even though the gas furnaces on the city wall have been lit and the heaters have been turned on, the barb demons can't withstand the heat. Only the bone demons and the blood-armored demons can hold their posts. As for the core area, it's the other extreme. It's now a steam hell. It's said that many mortal craftsmen had to retreat to other places. The two brothers kept talking while their other brother, Paru, was busy distributing potions. The target of the potion was actually the mortal craftsmen who had retreated from the core area. Because they needed to work on the caterpillar maintenance deck, they had to apply anti-freezing ointment all over their bodies. Apart from Paru, Pu Wu was also busy. He continuously distributed meatball-sized medicinal balls to each of the craftsmen. At the same time, he had to supervise them as they swallowed them. Don't complain about the taste of the medicine. There are many worse medicines than this. Moreover, this pill can ensure that the two of you won't be frozen during the hourglass. He was half scolding and half persuading. Pu Wu also knew that there were not many medicines that tasted worse than the medicinal balls. However, he still made almost all of the craftsmen take the medicine, except for Shay, who was leading the craftsmen. This remnant of the wonder craftsman who possessed the body of the reapers did not need to take the medicine. Instead, he poured some anti-freezing ointment into his mechanical body. After finishing the preparations, Shay walked to the side of the lift and pulled a Bakelite handle. The chain brought a semi-enclosed platform down from the dome. At the same time, the passageway leading to the lower deck slowly opened. After the thick passageway opened, a cold aura instantly spread out. Bring your tools. Everyone, go to the workstation that I've informed you about. Wait for my instructions before you move. Shay reiterated the precautions for this construction. Then, he was the first to step onto the lift. The craftsmen spontaneously lined up into 4 teams and walked up the semi-enclosed platform one by one. You can land now. Keep the passageway open. The Legion of Devils will be building temporary defensive facilities here. Just as the craftsmen were in position, the figure of the young blue dragon suddenly appeared on the deck. After getting off the Ghostface fish airship, he hurried over from the mooring tower. Behind him was a team of elite centaurs and blood-armored demons. After assigning tasks to the demons, Keyes turned to look at Shay. Try to speed up the construction. Use the staff as much as possible. I've already given the staff a higher level of clearance. Hearing Keyes' instructions, Shay, The wonder craftsman stretched out a thorny chain that looked like a tentacle. The tip of the thorny chain formed a circle. Don't worry. Many of the craftsmen I've chosen are cold-resistant snow maniacs and tundra dwarves. They are relatively more adapted to the cold climate. At the same time, they are very familiar with the work to be done. Seeing that Shay already had a plan, Keyes did not say anything else. He stepped forward and personally pulled the Bakelite lever to send off the craftsmen, who were about to descend to the bottom floor of the Caterpillar maintenance deck. Amidst the creaking sounds of chains, the half-closed platform slowly descended. After passing through the passageway, everyone felt their skin tighten a little. Heavy breaths came out of their mouths and noses. The cold wind was biting cold. Although there were no less than 300 people on the semi-enclosed platform, it still swayed slightly from the wind. Fortunately, the chains and the platform itself were relatively sturdy, so there were no safety issues. The lift descended about a few dozen yards before the hooks at the bottom of the platform snapped and latched onto the fixed structure that extended out of the Caterpillar maintenance deck. Open the gate to the maintenance deck. Quick, 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 Shay ordered the craftsmen. Although most of the craftsmen were cold-resistant, the low temperature was still quite a threat to them. So they quickly responded to Shay's instructions. A few tundra dwarves smashed the icicles on the wheel of the gate, quickly spun a few times, and opened the gate to the Caterpillar maintenance workshop. This platform was the lowest platform in the new boom town. It was in the shape of an H. After Shay and the others came down, they were at the small H-bar. The craftsmen, who had been trained in advance, immediately rushed to their task posts as soon as their feet touched the ground. In order to move better, they did not bring too many tools except for cold-resistant clothes. Those tools had long been transported to this deck. Now, they just had to take them out and use them. Oh, and they had to light a fire, first because it was too cold here. Chapter 568. Traction City has braked. The scorching ray staff is in place. The impact drill's fuel is full. The tilt angle of the shield tunneling machine has been adjusted. The assault team is equipped with the mud-to-stone staff. While confirming the reports, Shay quickly calculated the various details. The argon lamps on the Caterpillar maintenance deck lit up the entire deck. The workers were constantly hammering. They cut the spare steel deck into shape and used it as a temporary shield tunneling machine cover. Then they used spray guns and hammers to give it a certain curve. They tested the various parts of the impact drill to ensure that the camshaft and conveyor belt would not be jammed. They bundled dozens of scorching ray staffs into a bundle and carefully extended them out of the holes drilled in the deck. All the craftsmen were nervously but orderly preparing for the work. When the driving wheels of the new boom town finished braking, and the moving fortress moved forward a few hundred yards under the action of inertia before coming to a stop, the craftsmen began to dig into the frozen ground, as they had previously practiced. Yes, they were also digging underground, like the worm demons who were preparing to rescue the hatchery of the acid mist worm. 1/3 of the workers in Traction City had begun to become miners. However, the tools they used were much more advanced than the worm demons. These craftsmen first used the cluster staff to shoot scorching rays to melt the hard frozen ground surface. Then they extended the drill bit of the impact drill and dug a tunnel in the softened soil. The soil and gravel with ice shards were first transferred to the Caterpillar maintenance platform by the conveyor belt on the platform, and then thrown out of Traction City through the conveyor belt on the platform. This tunnel was not perpendicular to the ground. There was an angle of about 30 degrees between the impact drill and the ground. Every time they dug down a certain distance, the shield tunneling machine would follow and fill in a section of the tunnel support made of twisted steel plates to prevent the tunnel from collapsing. In order to strengthen the hole, the first few dozen yards of the tunnel were constructed in this way. When they reached a sufficiently deep place, the entire tunnel was dug horizontally, and at the same time, it continued to expand to form an underground cave on both sides. At this time, Shay sent out the assault team and asked them to use the mud-to-stone staff to turn the walls, dome, and floor in the cave into hard granite. The shield tunneling machine had lost its usefulness at this time, so it was pulled out as a link between the tunnel entrance and the maintenance deck of the towing city, making it convenient for the craftsmen to go up and down. With the help of suitable equipment and various magic tools, the entire project lasted for less than 2 hourglasses before it was basically complete. The group of craftsmen had dug out a huge underground hideout under Traction City. The space inside was enough to temporarily house the entire population of the new boom town. Since many experienced frozen earth dwarfs had participated in the work, they had also designed several well-hidden ventilation passages for the cave. If the entrance to the cave was blocked, they could widen 1 or 2 ventilation passages so that the people inside could escape in time. Just as they were nearing the end of their work, the Legion of Devils and other worldly mercenaries in New Prosperity Town had already received the notice. They lined up and gathered in the city intestine. Apart from these soldiers, some equipment had also been dismantled and piled up in the yard, temporarily guarded by the elite guards of the demons. The construction below has been completed. Keys, who had been guarding the lower deck, immediately received Shay's message. He immediately ordered the troops waiting in the city intestine. Open the passage to the lower deck. Release the ladder and track facilities. Everyone, line up and follow the signs to enter the underground fortification. At his command, Boomtown, a city where every citizen was a soldier, immediately executed the order. The passages between the decks below the city intestine had all been opened. In order to increase efficiency, Keyes even ordered his men to break open a large hole in the deck. Those mortal mercenaries who didn't know how to fly or teleport quickly used the ladder hanging at the edge of the deck to climb down. The Legion of Devils, on the other hand, was much more convenient. At the very least, the demons who were asked to evacuate basically knew how to use teleportation spells. After a few scouts confirmed the spatial coordinates of the hideout, they quickly used their spell-like abilities to enter the underground fortification. In less than an hourglass's time, the entire New Boomtown's army had retreated. It's time. After confirming that the city was empty, Keyes immediately teleported to his audience room. Due to the howling wind outside, the tower in the center of New Flourishing Town was shaking slightly at this moment. The Batoy generals were all waiting here. In addition, there were nearly 10,000 special operations teams made up of centaurs, skeletons, and blood-armored demons hiding in the empty houses, waiting for Keyes' orders. Take off. Let's give those bastards a head-on blow. Keyes sat in his seat and slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair. His words, accompanied by a strong telepathic message, instantly rang in the ears of every demon who stayed behind. All kinds of memories of the past appeared in the minds of the Batsu. They were all cheering for revenge against the Tyrant Worm and Stim. Under the effect of the mice energy core, the 2 super-large magic circles that covered most of New Boom Town were immediately activated. Under the combined effect of Chronomanthal's gravity, reversal spell, and Yuthni's levitation spell, the entire superstructure of the city lightened. The track base and the city intestine that had been modularized were unfastened one by one to fix the connection of the superstructure. The engine in the core area was still working, but it was powering the hundreds of propellers installed at the bottom of the superstructure of the city. The propellers provided lift to reduce the burden on the mice energy core, and at the same time, it also allowed the city, it might be more appropriate to call it the floating city now, to rise a little faster. The steam ejector that was originally used to launch the Golem army was now modified into nozzles around the floating city to adjust the direction and angle of the city's flight. Braving the wind and snow, the city rose higher and higher. It did not take long before it pierced through the clouds of the acid fog canyon. Walking to the balcony of the audience room, Keyes saw the sunlight that he had not seen for a long time. Although the pale green light was not bright, it still made the blazing crystal in his body become active. The young blue dragon began to feel the slowly increasing energy. This is a good sign, Keyes thought to himself. Chapter 569. The transformation of the new boom town into a floating city was a good omen for Keyes, but it was an impending disaster for the tyrant worm. However, he did not know all of this. In other words, this demon lord's understanding was somewhat biased compared to the truth. These damned bastards actually escaped. The tyrant worm was busy dealing with Zeus Kerr and had no energy to chase after the floating city. If he sent other demon worms, he would only be sending himself to his death. Thus, he could not help but feel resentful. Once I expel this abomination from the acid fog canyon, we'll settle all our grudges, new and old. His heart was filled with endless resentment, but he could only hold it in and attack Zeus Kerr with all his might. At this time, the frost abomination's body had already filled the shattered canyon, and the tyrant worm's palace had been crushed into ruins by the solid ice. What angered him even more was that the acid fog worm's breeding grounds had also been destroyed. According to the report of the worms of calamity who had gone to rescue them, there were less than 10 eggs left. Summon lava elemental elders. In order to fight against Zeus Kerr, the tyrant worm directly summoned 13 lava elementals from the inner plane. They were all elemental-level elemental life forms. He left 2 lava elemental elders by his side to act as his furnaces and sent the rest to fight against the frost abomination. The lava elemental elders were no match for Zeus Kerr. The tyrant worm was well aware of this. However, due to their opposing natures, they could indeed somewhat restrain it. At the very least, to deal with these 11 elite lava elementals, even the frost abomination would have to expend some effort. For the tyrant worm, this was actually enough. There was no suspense. Most of the lava elemental elders were extinguished the moment they came into contact with the large glacier. Only a few elemental elders who were more knowledgeable managed to escape with their lives. They did not fight Zeus Kerr head-on. Instead, they continuously shot lava arrows at it from afar to harass it. 2 of the smarter lava elemental elders actually set their sights on their companions who had been killed. They began to cast spells on the lava core they had left behind, attempting to use the pure energy contained within to cause the volcano deep in the acid fog canyon to erupt and attack Zeus Kerr. Good idea. Seeing the operation of the 2 elemental elders, the tyrant worm's eyes lit up. His tongue suddenly stretched out, and Helmuter instantly killed the 2 lava elemental elders that were keeping him warm. Then, the dragon subbody turned to the 2 lava elemental elders that were casting spells. In the blink of an eye, a total of 13 lava elemental cores were scattered on the frozen ground. Zeus Kerr, who was not particularly intelligent, was puzzled. He did not understand why the tyrant worm wanted to kill all of its summons. Although the ice abomination had a similar habit of summoning white dragons to fight for it and then torturing them to death after the battle, wasn't it in the middle of a battle? Could it be that the tyrant worm had changed its mind and wanted to negotiate? What kind of joke is this? Zeus Kerr thought to himself. Little did he know that if the tyrant worm knew what he was thinking, it would have the same thought. Now he and the frost abomination had become mortal enemies, and there was no room for reconciliation. Even though he knew that the best way to deal with the abomination was to expel it rather than kill it, there was no reason for him not to try if there was a chance to severely injure it. Helmuter quickly chanted an incantation, and, at the same time, used his hands to draw mysterious trajectories in front of him. The casting materials used were the lava elemental cores that were scattered on the ground. Lava Purgatory, Underground Needle. A total of 13 lava elemental cores exploded at the same time. Under the effect of the spell, the power of their explosion gathered into one and spread only deep into the ground. Like using an embroidery needle to puncture a balloon, the tyrant worm used the power contained in the lava elemental cores to pierce through the soil layer and lithosphere of the acid fog canyon, reaching deep into the asthenosphere, where the lava flowed. Due to the huge pressure difference, the lava immediately gushed up the tunnel opened by the spell and finally reached the bottom of the shattered canyon, scalding the large glacier that occupied it. The huge change in temperature caused the rocks and ice to explode at the same time, shooting out abruptly. Zeus Kerr's burly figure even staggered a little. Hearing the angry roar of the frost abomination, the tyrant worm's dragon subbody showed a disdainful expression. Song of Ice and Fire. He snorted coldly. We haven't finished writing yet. What are you in such a hurry for? Immediately after, Helmuter cast a flame shield for himself, and the dragon subbody's body, that is, the tongue of the acid fogworm, immediately ignited with raging flames. With a swoosh, the thick tongue pierced out like an arrow from a bow, and in the blink of an eye, it extended to the front of Zeus Kerr. Incorporeal body. As Helmuter uttered two short syllables, his body became incorporeal. It was precisely because of this that he was able to avoid the furious slap of the frost abomination and successfully burrow into its dark glacier body. For this kind of abomination, the damage caused to the surface of its body was very easy to deal with. It only needed some cold air to reconstruct its body. In the previous few rounds of battle, the tyrant worm had already figured out Zeus Kerr's strategy, which was why it chose to attack more aggressively. It went deep into its opponent's body and then cast powerful spells. Once its plan succeeded, Zeus Kerr would have to remove the ice around his body if he wanted to heal his injuries. Otherwise, he would continue to lose blood. However, if the ice defense was removed, Zeus Kerr would definitely suffer from the tyrant worm's crazed revenge. Therefore, it would most likely choose to leave the acid fog canyon plain and flee to its own nest to lick its wounds. In that case, it would not be so easy for it to return to the acid fog canyon plain. At the very least, it would not appear as suddenly as before. Damn it! Zeus Kerr roared. Helmuter turned into an incorporeal creature and kept shuttling around inside Zeus Kerr's body. In addition to casting a flame shield, he also threw many low-grade eternal flames that could burn for thousands of years into the glacier's body one by one. On the other hand, the frost abomination wanted to counterattack. It concentrated on letting the cold air corrode Helmuter's flame shield, but the lava that was constantly condensing and spewing out from under its body made it feel somewhat powerless. What made it even more distressed was that although it had just destroyed a large number of buildings, it did not seem to have extinguished many souls. At the very least, it did not feel tempted by the number of souls that had been extinguished. Where did those guys go? Zeus Kerr was puzzled. Chapter 570. Zeus Kerr had no desire to explore things that he could not understand. He had more important matters to attend to. That damned worm had stuck its tongue into his body. Not only did it leave behind the magical flames that were difficult to extinguish, but it had also laid many eggs of a special type of acid mist worm. At this moment, these eggs had already hatched, and the acid mist worms that crawled out of them were desperately reproducing and growing. They were like a type of pastry called water chien. They were crystalline from head to toe, like pieces of wriggling gel. Compared to other types of acid mist worms, they were more adapted to cold climates. They could even eat ice to keep themselves warm. They would only eat a little bit of ice each time, and then use the digestive enzymes in their bodies to convert it into hydrogen and oxygen. Finally, they would ignite it to release heat to ensure that they would not freeze. The tyrant worm used its tongue to continuously pump acid gas from the acid mist canyon into Zeus Kerr's body. It was a source of energy for these acid mist worms. Thus, these special acid mist worms began to multiply in the Frost Divine Sin's body. Due to their continuous activity, many cracks appeared in Zeus Kerr's body, severely affecting the overall strength of the glacier. Damned worm! Zeus Kerr, who was not very rational to begin with, was instantly enraged when he realized that there was a serious problem in his body. Thousands of arms that looked like they had been chiseled out of knives and axes appeared on the pitch-black glacier. As he took a step forward, these arms grabbed the walls of the shattered canyon and pulled the Frost Divine Sin out of the lava spewing out of the canyon. Then 2 or 3 white dragon heads that were completely made of ice appeared on the glacier. The moment they appeared, they gnawed on the tyrant worm's tongue that had penetrated Zeus Kerr's body. These dragon heads had clearly been blessed by the divinity of the divine Sin. Even though the dragon's subbody, Helmuter, had cast an incorporeal spell on the tongue, it was still bitten by the ice dragon heads. I will freeze your heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. As the Frost Divine Sin roared, clusters of icicles began to spread along the tyrant worm's tongue into its mouth. Although this massive worm did not have the organs that Zeus Kerr had mentioned, allowing the cold to freeze its organs was still an unbearable experience. A demon lord and a divine Sin. The 2 powerful monsters were in a stalemate just like that. They used the tyrant worm's tongue as a link to fight each other endlessly. Even if they did not use any spells to attack, the ground of the acid fog canyon was still ravaged to the extent of a missile bombardment just by relying on their gigantic bodies and immeasurable strength. In terms of strength alone, Zeus Kerr was clearly superior to the tyrant worm. After all, the Frost Abomination's size was not just for show. He created a few arms made of solid ice for himself, and the tip of each arm was extremely sharp. Every time he swung his sword-like arms, he could tear open wounds on the tyrant worm's body. However, the tyrant worm was not completely defenseless. This demon lord also had his own backup plan. He endured the pain of his tongue being gnawed and torn, and constantly pumped more acidic gas into the glacier to nourish more special acid mist worms. As the transparent worms, which were originally nothing to Zeus Kerr, gradually grew and multiplied, the damage they caused became more and more obvious. Every time the evil god waved its arm, the tiny parasites would detonate the decomposed hydrogen at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. Although the destructive power of each explosion of a transparent worm was limited, there were too many worms. After Zeus Kerr and the tyrant worm wrestled for nearly 2 hourglasses, the tyrant worm wanted to wave its arm again, but the arm disintegrated the moment it was raised. Worm's secret technique, broken tongue rebirth. Worm's secret technique, tongue feeding worms. Worm's secret technique, air blast. Seeing the opportunity, the tyrant worm naturally would not let it go. It used 3 secret techniques that it had invented. As the secret technique was used, its huge ring-shaped worm mouth instantly closed, and the tyrant worm bit off its tattered tongue. His dragon subbody, Helmful, reconstructed its body on the new tongue that grew out of its mouth. The broken tongue entered Zeus Kerr's body and instantly decomposed into nutrients that the special acid mist worms needed to multiply. A super large number of special acid mist worms kept gnawing at the broken ice, and the hydrogen and oxygen they released quickly gathered together and filled every crevice in Zeus Kerr's body. Then a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the frost godbane's gigantic body. This huge black glacier could disintegrate at any time. You'd better not leave. The glory of killing a frost divine. Sin belongs to me. The reborn Helmful loudly announced in the abyssal language, as if the broken tongue had not affected him at all. But this was actually just a show for Zeus Kerr. On the tyrant worm's body, 3 or 4 energy storage rings had dried up in an instant. It was only by forcefully tightening its muscles that it maintained its form and did not change. In fact, this demon lord was just trying to scare Zeus Kerr. Although he had already severely injured the ice abomination, it was still a divine creature after all. It only needed another dozen hourglasses to fully recover from its injuries. Moreover, the tyrant worm could not always burst out with such a 3-hit combo. If he wanted to replicate the pattern just now, Zeus Kerr would not be so easily fooled. It could not cause internal damage. To be honest, the tyrant worm was not confident that its spell could break through the frost divine, Sin's spell resistance. In the end, it was still unknown who would win. So the tyrant worm wanted to scare its opponent. But this plan did work, and Zeus Kerr was indeed a little scared. At the same time the tyrant worm made its heroic declaration, the severely injured frost divine, Sin began to establish contact with the blood of the frost divine, Sin that it had set up in other planes. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the towering glacier began to collapse. The tyrant worm did not attack twice, and Zeus Kerr quickly fled from the acid mist canyon. Chapter 5, 71. So Netheryl's floating city is nothing more than this. A pit fiend could not help but sigh as he stood on the walls of the new boom town. Many of the generals he was familiar with nodded in agreement. Keyes had arranged for them to wait here for several hourglasses, but not a single one of them complained. Most of them were discussing the upcoming battle. It could be said that every general standing here had a grudge against the tyrant worm. In the so-called final battle for supremacy, they had all been attacked by the tide of worms. At this moment, they all mustered up all their strength to take revenge. Lord Keyes has come out. A sharp-eyed general saw Keyes' figure and immediately notified his colleagues, prepare to line up and await orders. My blade is thirsty for blood. Ha ha ha. Keyes walked on the walls, holding a crystal board in his hand. It showed the various operating parameters of the floating city. It displayed a lot of data about airflow and the weight of the floating city, which was constantly collected by the scouts that Shay had programmed in advance. The young blue dragon was not too familiar with the data at first, but the Megalosaurus was a creature that could fly. He quickly grasped the mysteries. The key parameters are still normal, and the height of the floating city is enough, Quest calculated in his mind. The main thing is to lock on to the tyrant worm and prepare more ammunition for the launch. He walked to the group of generals and pointed at 3 or 4 pit fiends. Use the wish spell immediately. I need the following equipment. Make sure to describe it clearly when you make your wish. If you fail, there are still a few empty positions in the army of death that will attack the tyrant worm. I guarantee that will be your final destination. Under the young blue dragon's stern threat, the top Batsa Devil were all silent. They listened carefully to Keyes' description, not daring to miss a single word. In fact, in order to control the unruly demons of the lower realms, they had to be supervised with harsh punishments. This would greatly increase their efficiency. Not long after Keyes finished speaking, 3 scaffolds made of adamantine extended from the walls of the floating city. They formed a triangle with the city as the center. At the end of each scaffold suspended in the air, it was equipped with a magic device to assist in aiming and a clamp structure to hold the ammunition. Just like the recipe used to slay the camel god in the island world, Quess had also prepared the staff of sanctions for the tyrant worm, and he had prepared 3 of them at once. These tungsten columns weighed dozens of tons, and each of them had to be carried by several generals before they could be successfully installed on the scaffolding. After they were fixed, 3 generals personally controlled the aiming formation to lock onto the tyrant worm below the clouds. Keyes was only responsible for giving the order to release the scepters at the right time. When Keyes, who was staring at the ground at all times, noticed that Zeus Kerr was about to lose, he did not hesitate to give the order. The reason why it was a little earlier was that the scepters of sanction needed some time to free fall. Secondly, he was not worried about accidentally injuring the abomination. He was only worried that he could not hit the tyrant worm. The 3 tungsten pillars fell at the same time. Under the influence of gravity, they fell faster and faster. The high temperature caused by the friction with the air made the surface of the pillars slightly red. It was because of the addition of tungsten that they did not melt or even vaporize. When the speed of their descent exceeded the speed of sound transmission, the 3 tungsten steel cylinders would have to descend a great distance before the whistling sound waves could reach them. Therefore, when they hit the target, the tyrant worm only saw some inconspicuous things falling from the sky. After a lot of smoke and dust splashed up from the ground due to the violent explosion, the demon lord heard the surging whistling sound. He even thought that there would be another bombardment coming. Damn dragon whelps! And those bastards of Bator. The tyrant worm cursed fiercely. He quickly realized who was behind the attack and reacted immediately. Like a snake, the giant worm coiled up his body. The bombardment just now opened 3 wounds on his body, and the juice in his body gushed out like a geyser. After curling up his body, he covered the wound with his uninjured body and cast a series of recovery and defense spells on himself, such as super regeneration, inert field, super stone skin, and so on. After doing all this, he stuck out his tongue. Helmeter looked up at the sky. With the help of many magic vision, he quickly found those who dared to attack him. He actually created a floating city. When he locked on to the city floating at the top of the sky, the magic aura emitted from the floating city almost blinded his eyes. This guy actually recreated the classic creation of the great arcanist Nile. Because he had systematically learned all kinds of knowledge related to magic, Helmeter was no stranger to the legend of Nile. And a few years ago, the great arcanists who drove the floating city to the abyss to colonize and plunder resources, and search for living experiment materials had actually left a very deep impression on many demon lords. For mortals with such great power, even the powerful demon lords could not underestimate them. Of course, there were also many fighting methods against the floating city in the circle of demon lords, and these were all knowledge that would be shared free of charge. As long as a demon became a demon lord, the will of the abyss would tell them all when crowning them. So, when he saw the floating city driven by Keyes, although he was taken aback at first, the tyrant worm immediately adjusted his mentality and prepared to use the methods passed down by those seniors to deal with the young blue dragon and his floating city. The biggest threat of the floating city actually comes from its undefeatable strategic position, where it can attack or retreat at will. And as long as it falls, the fallen floating city will be a dead city, and the only thing it can do is to hold on. Ha! Aiming in the direction of the floating city, the tyrant worm opened his huge mouth, and countless magic patterns began to spread along the inner wall of his mouth, and these magic patterns finally all gathered on his dragon subbody. Lords will gravity overload. Chapter 572. Driven by the surging power of the abyss, the tyrant worm mobilized its authority as a demon lord and forcibly distorted the reality of the acid fog canyon's plane, exerting a gravitational acceleration that was more than 10 times the normal value on the floating city hanging high in the sky. This was indeed somewhat beyond Keyes' expectations, but he was actually very surprised. I don't have to exert a gravity spell on the floating city. It's really giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Keyes laughed in his heart. Since you want to speed up your destruction, I'll fulfill your wish. Of course, just the assistance from the enemy was not enough. The necessary preparations still had to be carried out step by step. Keyes immediately let General Bateau lead a team to carry bundles of steel plates to reinforce the base of the floating city. Batsu, who stayed behind in New Boom Town, were all intermediate and advanced demons who could fly. After receiving the order from the Supreme Commander, they all jumped down from the outer wall of the floating city. What they had to do was simple, and that was to use the steel plates they carried to sew up the cracks that appeared at the bottom of the floating city. Due to the difference in gravity, the base of the floating city was pulled more strongly than the superstructure. The materials used to build the city could not withstand this force, so there were signs of cracking in some places. If it wasn't stopped, the floating city might disintegrate in the process of falling. That was not the result Keyes wanted. He still wanted to use the city to test the tyrant worm's strength, so he could not let the floating city give up halfway. At the same time, Keyes also had to solve a problem, and that was how to ensure that the tyrant worm did not have a chance to dodge. Due to its size, the tyrant worm would definitely be slower than ordinary spellcasters when it wanted to use teleportation spells. However, if the floating city were to fall straight on its head, it would definitely not be stupid enough to take it head-on. Moreover, there was only one floating city. If it did not succeed in one go, Keyes would not be able to create another floating city in a short period of time to continue the attack. In response to this problem, the young blue dragon also formulated the corresponding measures. The reason why he had cast the 3 staffs of sanctions ahead of time was to numb the tyrant worm. In the center of the 3 tungsten cylinders, there was a special compound, magic array. As long as they entered the radiation range of the mice energy, they would be activated. These magic circles would form a portal that would last for more than 10 seconds in an instant, allowing the floating city with powerful kinetic energy to quickly pass through. Moreover, the portal would appear very close to the demon worm to ensure that the demon lord would not have any time to react. In addition, in order not to arouse his suspicions, Keyes had to pretend to constantly cast various spells on the floating city to create the illusion that he wanted to save it from falling. Under Keyes' orders, the demon guards on the floating city also began to cast various spells, such as Fireball, on the tyrant worm. As expected, the tyrant worm was deceived by all kinds of illusions. Looking at the floating city that fell from the sky, his dragon subbody, Hemtar, who was standing with his hands behind his back, let out a savage laugh. As for the spell-like attacks on his body that did not hurt or itch, he did not seem to care, and there was not a hint of anger on his face. Foolish dragon whelps, and those Bator scum! How dare they provoke me in the acid fog canyon? Hemtar said coldly, "In my territory, even a god will die if they anger me." As he spoke, he temporarily shifted his gaze from the sky to the shattered canyon that was now in ruins. His words were for the god of virtual games, Stim, who was still there. After killing the Tauren King Buffett and expelling the frost abomination, Zeus-Ker. The two consecutive great successes had made him unprecedentedly confident. After destroying the floating city and winning this bloody battle, and with the life of a god as a bonus, the will of the abyss will definitely favor me. That title of Demon Prince, I, the Tyrant Worm, will definitely get it this time. He secretly encouraged himself. However, just as he was fantasizing, he actually made a huge mistake. How could he be distracted when facing an enemy? Let's destroy that floating city first. Bastard. Hemtar looked at the sky again, wanting to take advantage of the falling floating city to do something. It would be best if he could wipe out the young blue dragon and the demon guards in the city in one fell swoop. But just as he was thinking about how to attack, the floating city suddenly disappeared without a trace. Could it be a large-scale teleportation spell? Where could they escape to? The demon lord's train of thought was a beat slower. Although he thought of the problem of teleportation spells, he did not think that if they could use teleportation spells, why could they only use it for retreat and not for a surprise attack? As soon as they came into contact with the radiation of the mice energy nucleus, the magic circles in the remains of the 3 adjudicator staffs were activated at the same time. After confirming the coordinates of the location, a huge portal was constructed, and the location where this portal appeared was right next to the Tyrant Worm. Due to the violent friction with the air, the floating city, which was half melted, flew through the portal in a flat position and then slammed into the body of the Tyrant Worm. With its huge size, it naturally took care of the Demon Lord's head. As an honest megalosaurus, Keyes said that he wanted to test the strength of the Tyrant Worm's head, so he had to hit it on the head. There was no suspense, and the scene of the collision was very exciting. This huge worm that dominated the Acid Fog Canyon was slapped to the ground by the floating city that rushed out from the side. Under the terrible momentum of the city, the defensive spells on his body that were activated passively did not have any effect at all. The entire body of the Tyrant Worm was exploded in an instant, almost turning into a two-dimensional picture. The broken flesh and blood also suffered a second blow from the explosion of the floating city, except for the most solid core engine area. The rest of the city disintegrated in an instant, turning into a torrent of metal and sand that ravaged the tattered body of the Tyrant Worm once again. Hemtar, who was buried in the sand, was the only remaining flesh and blood of the Tyrant Worm. As his consciousness was about to fade, he used all his strength to chant the last sentence of the spell, "Worm, swarm, gather together." Chapter 573. As Hemtar said this, the entire plain of the Acid Fog Canyon began to boil. Hundreds of millions of worms, as well as countless acid fog worms, began to gather here. They all felt the call of their creator and desperately moved to the wreckage. They wanted to offer their flesh and blood to rebirth the Tyrant Worm. The high-level scourge swarms were teleported to Hemtar's side and directly scattered and reassembled their bodies into the dragon's subbody. With the replenishment of flesh and blood, Hemtar repaired his body at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually regained his ability to move. In the big explosion just now, the Tyrant Worm, who had no hope of survival, injected most of its life essence into this avatar. And it also hit Hemtar in the depths of its abdomen, using its muscles, sharp teeth, and bones to preserve its last piece of flesh. So, this Hemtar quickly recovered his strength, but without the huge foundation of the Tyrant Worm as support, he could now barely be regarded as a creature with shallow divinity. At most, he could be regarded as a legendary spellcaster who was not too weak. It's a trap. I have to leave here quickly. I can't reunite here. When his mind began to function normally, Hemtar immediately wanted to use a teleportation spell to leave this place. He knew very well that although the floating city had crashed, the evil dragon cub and those Bator bastards were certainly not buried with it. They would not let him complete the reconstitution of his body. However, just as he was about to put his thoughts into action, a huge claw suddenly reached into the depths of the soil. The claw not only easily interrupted the teleportation spell, but it also almost grabbed Hemtar's body in the palm of its hand. The first 2 times we met, I only used my avatar to fight you. It's a bit disrespectful to a demon lord like you. Using his psionic ability, Keyes projected his words into Hemtar's mind, and there was no mockery in his words. I think it's very inappropriate. As Keyes showed his ability, the soil underground resonated and constantly squeezed Hemtar's newly reconstructed body. This demon lord incarnation had no choice but to come out of the ground. The young blue dragon had transformed into a megalosaurus. In order to completely eliminate the tyrant worm, he was prepared to attack with all his might. The megalosaurus was comparable in size to the tyrant worm. The scales on its body were slightly cobalt blue, and there was a layer of diamond-like crystal film that emitted a hazy halo. Between the scales, there were many faint dark golden patterns. On its huge head, there were several pairs of sharp horns that curved towards the back of its head, and there were incessant electric arcs lingering around them. The most amazing thing was its eyes. Those 2 eyeballs were like a small version of the eternal blaze. Just looking at them made Hemtar feel a burning pain in his eyes. What kind of monster is this, a blue dragon? Muttering to himself, Hemtar denied his own judgment without hesitation. This appearance, this size, it's simply a nightmare-level monster. It's definitely not an ordinary blue dragon. In fact, he was not the only one who had such thoughts. Seeing Keyes in his original form, even the group of devils in Bader's camp all felt their hearts palpitate, and at the same time, there was a hint of joy. Fortunately, Lord Keyes is one of us. It's a little too scary to be his enemy. With the appearance of Keyes' main body, the air in this area of the Acid Fog Canyon was somewhat scorching. The ground that had been frozen hard due to Zeus Kerr's activities now all began to thaw. The soil first became muddy, and then large cracks appeared due to the evaporation of water. The weaker devil worms would instantly spontaneously combust as soon as they got close to Keyes, turning into howling pillars of fire. Force field barrier. Ionic barrier. As soon as he made his move, Keyes consecutively used 2 large-scale sealing spells. The small hammer had transformed into a ring and was worn on his sharp claws. The mice energy core inside was not affected by the fall of the floating city, and it still provided Keyes with enough spellcasting power. With the support of the mice energy core, he first mobilized the natural ability of the power dragon and sealed himself and Hemtar in a spherical space completely composed of force fields. Then, Keyes relied on this seemingly easy to break, but was actually extremely tough to create a barrier composed of ionic flames. This barrier emitted a blue and white light, and its temperature was so high that even the Bat-Devil, who was immune to fire damage, felt a little scared. It's best not to think about running away. Spells like Dimensional Anchor may not be able to stop you, but this barrier will definitely make your teleportation speed slow. I still have some tricks up my sleeve. I'll definitely be able to hit you then. With a ferocious smile, Keyes said cruelly to Hemtar, "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. I'll also finish the battle quickly." Not knowing whether it was because of the threat or because the temperature in the enclosed space was too high, Hemtar's forehead began to drip with sweat. Without the support of the tyrant worm's energy storage ring, he was now not qualified to use spell casting. He could not waste precious spells on resisting the surrounding environment, so he could only rely on his own body to resist the high temperature. Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination, Hemtar said calmly. But have you ever thought that this is my home ground? There's a plain where all the worms and demons are approaching here. How many can your barrier stop? Hundreds of thousands can, millions can, but what about tens of billions? I don't believe that you haven't consumed any. When your power is almost exhausted, when those devil worms rush in, the tyrant worm will appear in front of you unscathed. At that time, how long can you wait? Keyes did not pay any attention to his persuasion. Even a god would not be able to withstand a battle of attrition with a plain of devil worms, let alone Keyes. However, the devil worms would need time to arrive, and they would also need time to break through the barrier. The key was whether Hemtar could hold on for this period of time. Don't worry, it will only take a little time. The result will be you dying, and I will live. Hemtar was stalling for time, but how could Keyes not be doing the same? Hemtar was waiting for the devil worms to gather, while Keyes was waiting for his troops to set up a defensive line. Leaving aside the mercenaries from other planes, many of the Legion of Devils had been on the bloody battlefield before. It was not as if they had not experienced the attack of an entire plane of devil worms. Bardo's army was very experienced in dealing with devil worms. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.